Welcome to the show. We're glad you're here. Grab a cold one, maybe a beer. Stay alert in the chat. Giveaway prizes. Heck, maybe we'll give away Uncle Bill's cowboy hat. Jim's his sidekick, wouldn't you know? Uncle Extremedium in the show. Smash that like button and subscribe. Let's all be part of hashtag Uncle Bill's Tribe. Hashtag Uncle Bill's Tribe.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends and neighbors, and all those ships at sea, welcome to Uncle Bill's Saturday night Hangar Talk with all my friends. And it's kind of sad because this is all I have right here. These are, I've got 4 friends, maybe 5. Count my wife, 6 friends. Anyway, and all you guys that are in the chat, you're all my friends too. Love you all. As a matter of fact, let's say hi because we haven't been saying anything to the chat, you know, when they were in there. And by the way, today again, no format, nothing really to talk about.
About like every other week.
Just like a bunch of guys ignoring Art. We got okay. All right. In fact, Art, I didn't mean that. I love you to death.
Thank you.
Heavy on death. You want to read and say hi to the chat, please?
Sure. We have Dusty East Coast Thrills. We've got Jody Drone Shots. Steve Janess Vermont Views. Brad Nana's Attic. We got Warren at Kira's Show.
Hi, Warren.
We got Brad Waypoint New England. Who else do we got? Jody Drone Shots. I think I said that. Yep. And they're rolling in. Yep. Because you're so popular, Bill. Yep. Mr. Popularity. With the jocularity.
You're so popular. What are you saying? You're trying to be a smart guy? Huh? You're putting down my stream?
Oh, it's a stream? I thought it was a show.
No, it's a stream. Yeah. Jody, I'm saying hi. I'm just put everybody up here. And Brad, everybody. All right, hello, Steve Janess. How you doing, Steve? Jody, okay. All right. That's everybody. Whatever. Oh, they're rolling in. You're so popular. Wait, is that why you come on here? It's just to shoot me down and make. I mean, all the good people come on this stream. You know, and you. Okay, let's say good evening to Lloyd.
Yes, sir. How you doing? Hello to everybody in the chat. How you doing, Bill? I'm doing great.
Lloyd, you're on air. That's impressive. Whatever that is, that right there.
Yeah, that is nice.
Yeah. I 3D printed it and it's Velcroed onto my. And I got this on sale for $4 over $5 over at Hobby Lobby. It's half price.
Hobby Lobby.
Yeah,
great.
It's cool, and it
looks nice.
It makes you look bright, as if that's possible. Yeah.
Well, at least I look bright, because obviously I'm not.
Yeah. Oh, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Hooray!
How you doing, Mark? There you go.
We're going
to...
All I do is tilt
Don't
it
touch it.
and put it back upright.
Don't touch it. Like you'd say that to any woman. Anyway, Artie, how was your day? What did you do today? Anything?
Oh, I donated blood and passed out after.
In which order? In that order?
Yep. So, I donated blood, got my snack and drink, and went to sit down. And I go, I'm not feeling good. And next thing I know, I'm on the floor, and they got a bag of ice on my chest, on my stomach, putting cold compress on me. And waited till I was good enough to get into a wheelchair so I could get into one of their recliner bed things. And I was there for an hour and a half where I could,
It's sad what lonely people do for attention.
yeah,
You know,
get
I usually
drill
pass out
home.
too after I donate semen.
Yeah.
Dominic, anyway,
All
all
right.
right, you're okay though, right?
Yeah, I'm doing much better. Came home, took a 3-hour nap.
All right, sorry, Dominic.
Yeah.
Okay,
Mhm.
stop donating blood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna stop doing it. Because that was the third time that's happened.
Then you keep going.
Yeah. Well, I hadn't
Just hoping
gone
that
in
the
a
next
long
time you're
time.
right.
The last time I donated, no problem.
Hi, Sam.
And I don't know, maybe I didn't eat enough. I had a egg McMuffin sandwich before I went
Well,
in. I drank plenty of water.
you didn't hydrate enough.
Yeah, that might have been it. But I've been drinking all morning. Got my bottle of water, filled it up, and
Yeah,
slurping on it.
yeah, a bottle of wine in the brown
Yeah.
paper bag. That doesn't count.
Uh-huh.
Dominic, how about you? How are you, sir? How was your day?
Yeah. Well, I've only just started, but it's cold, wet, and windy here.
Okay.
Yeah, and we've got a long weekend to celebrate the King's birthday.
Oh, the King's birthday. Oh,
King changes his knickers.
King, Greta Scott King, Melissa
Yeah.
King.
Yeah. King Charles.
Bonnie
King Charles.
Charlie.
Okay, King of the Hill.
Yep.
Lon, I see you've got Reginald with you today.
Well, yes. Actually, I have Lon with me today.
Oh.
Don't bury the lead, Bill.
Well, I was hoping, that's why
I'll
I
be
invite
right back,
Lonnie.
y'all. Jeff is calling me. I'll be back.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
All right. Make sure you bring the girls back.
Jeff, he calls it just the worst times. Who does this guy think he is? We were
Yeah.
just gonna move over to I figured get everybody's introductions and hellos in, and then move on to Alexis and get an update. But
yeah.
now what do we talk? Oh, she's back.
Yeah.
She didn't mean to be.
You there?
Oh, we get to listen.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, baby.
I guess not.
Yeah. And then,
Yeah, that's it.
They're
That's
gonna,
it, Ron.
yeah.
We got Sam. Itchy Sam.
Yep.
We got an itchy sack. Oh, Sam.
Yeah.
Sam.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So
The smooth balls. Well, we just spent the day relaxing. We got up this morning and ordered a new pair of glasses. Went to the Oakley store. Got new glasses, and then we, casually walked around the outlet mall, and then we came home and laid around like lazy bastards for the rest of the day.
I haven't been to the
What did
outlet.
Lon do while you were doing all that, Reginald?
Well, he's lazier than I am. This bastard here. Really shows his lack of breeding, I must say.
Brenda. Don.
What's Brenda? Hey.
Hi, Brenda.
Brenda.
Hey.
Oh, Brenda.
Mm-hmm. Good.
And then Alexis, what did you do? Well, I did all kinds of stuff and thought about my plane and then did stuff. And then we fed the ducks and the chickens and the pigs and the cows.
And the
And
goats.
then we
and goats
then
and the
14 dogs and 11 cats
Lions and tigers.
and the hamsters.
and the hedgehogs and the porcupines.
The hedgehogs and the porcupines. Yeah, don't forget them, the raccoons. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then we went and visited the Filipino neighbors. And they have 14 people living in their house, but they're really nice. Okay. And then then I did some other stuff. Sure.
Oh, Jim.
Hey,
Hey,
Jim.
Jim.
Oh, looks like Don's in here somewhere. Yes, he
Cool.
is.
Don's here. Yep.
Oh, he's definitely here.
Yep.
Dawn. Kind of like con. Okay. Well, anyway.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, I got it.
Did you see that Harry Potter thing I posted where the puppet does a rap about Harry Potter? It's pretty funny.
No, let's
No, where's it posted at?
yeah, let's put it up.
I posted it on Facebook. I guess I could bring it up if you want. If you
Yeah.
don't care about, I don't know if you get copyright strikes for that kind of stuff.
I don't care at this point.
Oh, really? You
I
used
really
to care, now you don't.
I did used to care, but nothing ever happens. It's not like they send the YouTube police to my door and
That'd be awesome.
You don't get a
I
notification.
would look forward to that. Get your a couple dorks.
I never understood. As long as you tell, all right, this is from this channel, this is from that. As long as you present it, because all you're doing is spreading their word. And
Yeah.
Right.
you put the link in, and why would anybody not unless they're offended by our
Never
channel?
mind. I forgot the damn thing's like a half an hour long.
Oh,
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 Yeah.
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 well,
Yeah,
that's a big letdown. You built it up,
Yeah.
and you let us.
Yeah, sorry. It is hilarious, but it's way long. I forgot how long it is. I can get my camera down or sit up, one of the two. I choose down for the camera. There we go. I choose lazy.
So we were talking about. I'm wearing my old shirt. I don't know.
Very nice.
Interesting. My 2007 New York Giants division championship, and when they were the NFC champs. And
Impressive.
these shirts sold. I guess they did sell a lot of these because they didn't think they were going to beat the Patriots that year. you know what I mean? I might as well buy that shirt because they went from the wild card at 10-6 to make it their way. Got past the Bucks and the Packers and the Cowboys and
Oh,
made their
my.
way-
Oh my.
oh my!
Good one, Art.
Made their way to the undefeated New England Patriots.
Yep. I
Yep.
remember that.
Yeah.
Hi, Brenda.
Eli and the Giants beat Tom Brady and the Patriots. In fact, they did that twice.
The Lions and Packers and Bears. Oh my. That's a good one.
Yep.
Oh.
Actually, the Eagles beat them too. NFC East, man.
Yeah. So the Broncos
yeah. What?
in the AFC Championship. Yeah.
Broncos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Broncos.
Broncos.
What they need is a really good quarterback. They've never really had a good quarterback.
Who, the Broncos?
Who's that?
Yeah, the Broncos.
They've never had a good quarterback?
Yeah.
Art, do you agree that the Broncos have never had a good quarterback?
Yeah. Yeah. How many Super Bowls have the Lions been to? Yeah. Or one. Yeah, he's pretty quiet.
They've never had a good quarterback either.
They've been close. They've been to the NFC Championship and lost.
I was waiting for him to mention what's his nuts from the Denver Broncos.
Oh, Elway?
Yeah. I was gonna say, how could
Yeah, dude. I was like,
I left that wide open.
I
and
was
you-
so baiting
Yeah.
you. Yeah.
Elway or Peyton Manning?
Yeah, well, Peyton Manning. Yeah.
Now we got
Wow.
Bo Nix, who looks
Yeah.
promising.
Yeah, but how long did Peyton Manning play on the Broncos? Did he play in the Broncos? I
Three
don't
or
remember
four
him
seasons.
playing. Huh?
Yeah, he was in Super Bowl 49 and 50.
With the Broncos?
Yeah.
I'm getting senile. I don't remember that.
Yeah, they
No,
got
I'm trying to remember
trounced
them all.
in 49, and then we beat the crap out of the Panthers. In Cam Newton, everybody thought, oh, Cam Newton, no, he's gonna win it, and then he just played like crap.
He
Von Miller just
He basically disappeared after that Super Bowl too. I mean, you didn't even hear about it much.
yeah.
Yeah. You can't win the big game.
Yeah.
Getting there is
Well,
not good.
Yeah.
I think he played one more season. It was a terrible season, and he got traded away. And I don't even know. I think he's retired now. Retired
not?
soon after that.
So is Elway still selling used cars?
No, he sold that to another conglomerate. Yeah. But I think he still has a hand in it. But he's still part of the Broncos organization.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Did you just call him a conglomerate?
No, he sold it to a conglomerate.
You said another conglomerate.
Another,
So
you know.
which implicates him as being a conglomerate.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Is that
He
like
might be.
is it like an oligarch? Because what the hell is that anyway? An oligarch. I don't know what it is, but I know when I see it.
Yeah, that's true.
Whatever it is, it must be bad because they're
Yeah.
always calling people oligarchs and making it sound like it's a
Yeah.
bad thing.
Hi, Brenda. She said hi.
Hey, Brenda again.
Uh,
Hey, all you sports fans. Who was that baseball pitcher that got accused of attacking some girl and he got fired
you have to
from?
narrow that down a little bit. It's happened.
He just won. He just won his case. He got fired. Okay, wait a minute. He played for the Dodgers. Okay, that's narrowing it down some. It's a white guy. That narrows it down quite a bit, actually.
Another 50%.
Oh, more than that. More than that. Let's be real. More than that. But anyway, what was that guy's name?
Terrible.
Was he a manager or player?
Player. He's a pitcher.
Pitcher, he said.
Oh,
Started out with
pitcher.
four.
Yeah,
Okay.
he was a world class pitcher too. And in fact, he won the Cy Young Award. Is that the
Uh-huh.
one for pitching? Okay.
Yeah.
He just won his case. I wish I could remember his name, but she accused him of attacking her and beating her up or whatever. And it turns out that he was totally innocent, and she had to pay him
Whoa.
$300,000, which is hilarious.
Oral Hershiser. That's the only name I can.
Maybe. It's just recent. I mean, literally just in the last couple 3 years.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. I just seen a blip about it earlier. I just thought it was an interesting story. I figured you guys would all know about it because you guys.
Well, I don't pay attention to California. In a recent case, former MLB pitcher Trevor Bauer.
Bauer. Yeah, Trevor Bauer. He got fired and everything.
Bauer,
Yeah, he got fired and everything. It turns out he was totally innocent.
No, they settled. Yeah.
They paid him out. Yeah, they paid him out the rest of his contract, I guess. He had a $100 million contract, and they paid him out the rest of his contract.
Oh, he won the case against the team.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the girl too. He won the case against the girl too. The judge.
No, he settled. He settled.
Yes, he did.
No,
He settled. I call that a win. Personally,
he settled, which means he paid her. The settlement involved. The settlement. All right, I'm going to read it. The settlement.
Hold on.
No,
You're right. They settled, but then she went and run her mouth and shit. So then he took her back to court, and she has to pay him $300,000. They settled for no money, and everybody just part ways, go their separate ways, and drop it. And she kept running her mouth, and now he sued her, and he got $300,000.
$309,832.02 to be exact.
Here, he said, all right, the settlement involves no exchange of money. Both parties have withdrawn their claims. Resolution comes after the woman alleged that Bauer assaulted her on 2 occasions at his home in Pasadena, which he denied, stating the encounters were consensual. It's a way to make money for some of these people, these folks.
Right.
Somebody's got a lot of money, just accuse them of that. They'll pay out so they don't destroy their record.
There was $220,000 for 22 violations of the agreement that they had.
Right. That's what she got whacked.
Yes, she violated the agreement. That's what I was saying.
She violated the agreement, but so the judge ordered her to pay $382,000 because of her violation. Of that, 222 of it was for the 22 violations against the order. So,
yeah, 10,000 a pop. Yep. So that's what I say.
A lot of them do. They just make accusations.
That's twice she got popped for running her mouth.
It's just and I get it because I'm a guy, but you would think
you are?
These dudes would learn their lesson. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I would learn from other people. All these other cases of these women running around claiming these guys, assaulted them or whatever and getting paid out. I don't want to be. I wouldn't want to be a monk either. I get that, but man, I would be so extra double plus careful about who I associated myself with.
I'm gonna say the monastery looks better and better each day.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man,
Reginald
that real
changed his
doll. I'm
voice.
telling you, he's got money. He'd get one of those super deluxe real dolls. The ones that vibrate and are warming and stuff like that.
Sounds
Self lubricating. Get one of those self lubricating real dolls. Yeah, man.
Oh my.
It'd be cheaper than the lawsuit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the 10, 20 grand, he could probably get, hell, he could probably just buy him a woman for cheaper than what these, you know what I'm saying? Just about.
But they'd still accuse him. Get
Mhm.
more money.
I don't know, man.
She's asking to go to jail. I'm reading this.
Yeah,
And it says on Tuesday, after her X account had been deactivated, Hill resumed posting there and acknowledged she had refused to participate in this suit
And
in any way, shape, or form. She nonetheless said she would appeal and further delay any shot he ever had of getting his career back. Wrote Hill, he will never see a cent from me.
Yeah.
Okay.
FAFO, baby.
Yeah, I know.
Well, just put a picture of him in a uniform with one of the Mexican.
Yeah, I know. He's playing in the Mexican baseball league now. Boy, his career got whacked.
Mhm.
Oh, he's just playing to be playing, though. He got $100 million almost from the Dodgers. He don't need to work. Homie don't need to work.
Kind of like us. We just do it for the love of the work.
Yeah.
Yeah, just for the lulls.
Yeah.
Oh, where's she go?
Oh,
Wrong button again.
oh no, where'd they go?
Yeah.
What happened?
Oh,
Boobs
Alexis
left.
is
I mean,
here.
Alexa
Wrong
left.
button again.
Yeah.
Well, she'll be back.
Yeah, she'll be back.
Hopefully.
Oh.
Reginald's acting like my Shih Tzus when I'm ignoring them. So anyway, yeah, well, it's an interesting. And yet another superstar athlete getting ripped off. Apparently, I mean, I don't know. Who knows? Maybe he did it.
Oh no, he did it, but it was consensual.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
she
yeah,
wanted rough sex.
they had sex, right? They had consent.
Oh yeah, they had sex. There's no question about them having sex. Yeah, he
but she
tore that
claimed,
ass up, dog.
but she claimed it wasn't consensual. Then how did it happen twice?
Yeah, I know, right? That's just funny. Yeah,
I don't even
he
understand
did it
that.
twice.
The first one was.
Oh, I'm so sorry that happened. Please come over so I can apologize to you. Ah, sucker.
Yeah. Mhm. What do you call
he asked
two
for it.
What do you call two lesbians on the period?
Something we probably don't want to hear.
Yeah.
Finger painting.
Why's it gotta be two lesbians?
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, maybe. Yeah. So they got their Red Wings.
I guess-
Ah, there you
Okay,
go.
no more of those jokes. Alexis is back. Hi, Alexis.
Yeah.
Hello.
How's he faring?
Well, pretty good actually.
Good.
He had his second round of chemo today.
Oh.
And I gotta move. That sun is right in my eye. Hang
I
on.
kind of like the look it's giving you, though.
Yeah, it's giving you
It's good
that.
lighting.
Gives you that angelic.
Who knows what evil
Yeah.
lurks in the heart? Who knows what
Oh,
evil
yeah,
lurks in the
yeah.
hearts of men? Shadows knows.
Wow.
So he's
Wow.
he said he's feeling kind of energized, and I said, well, last week.
Oh.
Well, see, he did. Okay, last week it was on Thursday. He had chemo. That was his first chemo, and he kept saying he felt like there was electricity inside of him, and he kept saying, "I feel energized. I feel
So
good."
he liked it so much he did it again.
Well, it was delayed though, because last week it was Thursday, so they put it, the oncologist that's in charge. He put that off. He put that off on Thursday because he didn't want to have IR, which is interventional radiology. He didn't want to have let them have an excuse to cancel the surgery. So he put it off. He says, we'll do it the day after surgery, which is today. So anyway, he's feeling good. And he's having pain, which is, he said, a really bad pain where they did the surgery. But it's not because of like his stomach bloating or he's feeling nauseous. Because well, I don't want to take a lot of time on this, but there's 3 different ways they can do the surgery, and I forgot one of them. But one way is the way that they did his, which is the venting G tube and the J tube, which goes into the jejunum, which is in the small intestine, is all in one system. It's like all bundled together, but then they branch off. Anyway, they had a problem in a surgery. They couldn't get past what they call the pylorus.
Yeah, Lord, yeah.
Caloric
It's the
valve.
area from
Yeah.
the stomach to the small intestine,
Mhm.
because the tumor has got it so compressed.
Restricted.
Yeah.
So they couldn't do the jejunum part. They couldn't do the J tube, which is going to be his feeding, because there's a syringe that goes into his side, and you squeeze in this like baby food stuff looking stuff, but it's real high nutrient. It's all the stuff that he hasn't been able to have since April 15th. Like it's really
Wow.
good. Anyway, so they couldn't do that part because of the tumor still. It just couldn't get through. Anyway, so they did the single one, which is the venting G tube. So he's got a patch on his. Actually, it's on his left side. It's about that big, and that is where the port is. That. See if I can find it real quick. I could send it to you if you want, but there you go. That's where's the
I'll do it. There we go. Oh, okay.
Let me see if I can.
There. Okay.
So, yeah,
Oh.
there. That's the
Okay.
Okay, are you getting nauseous? So,
Thank you for
so-
sharing that.
You're welcome. So, well, I used to work in surgery, so to me it's like that's mild. But anyway,
I know, it
that's
doesn't-
the only one of the 2 that they could do. So what they're going to have to do now is they're going to have to schedule a surgery to do, which is what we were told to begin with, that they were going to do the J tube separately from the venting G tube.
Right.
But when we got down on the 3rd floor, where the IR is, interventional radiology, the surgeon comes in and she was saying it's all the way. And I go, wait a minute, that's not what we were told. She goes, well, that's what we're doing. And I'm going, okay, well. And like I said, I don't want to take too much time, but in the old days, back when I was in surgery, I never did the surgery, never assisted in it. But the size of the diameter of the tubes that they, even like for suction and all kinds of stuff, they go by what they call French. You use like 9 and 12 French. Those are pretty small tubes. So what would happen is those types of diameters get clogged a lot. So I asked, what sizes are you using? She said 16, which is good. That's bigger. So anyway, surgery's her team only has 2 people that does this particular type of surgery separately, and they're both on vacation. So I said, well, actually it's going to work out because we're going to have another surgical team that's there, apparently, from what I understand, go in and do this jejunum J tube, and then he'll be probably discharged, and then he'll be able to come home. But it may be another 6 weeks. We don't know. So it's another 6 weeks that I didn't really want him to be in there. Like every time I go there, I think I'm going to be able to bring him home. Like they're going to discharge him because they're going to get this done. So anyway, but he had a 2nd round of chemo today. He's feeling good, other than the pain from the incision site, and they're knocking that pain down with some good drugs. And he says he feels good. He had dinner tonight, but he's still on a clear liquid diet. He probably will be until the chemo shrinks the tumor, and pray to God that that's what happens. so that the opening, will, you know, go from like this to like this, and he can eat normal food. But, he'll work his way up to it. So thank you, Jim. Is that our Jim Beauchard, or is that a different Jim?
No, different Jim.
Different Jim.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Jim.
Jim from Michigan.
Thank you, Jim. I appreciate that. Thank
That's
you.
Jim from Michigan. We know Jim.
There's a Jim
Yeah, I
in
know
Michigan.
Jim. He comes on Paul Murray's a lot.
All right,
He's in the chat.
Uh-huh.
I'll
Yeah,
give him
So
a
he's
thank
all
call.
good.
Thank you to everybody that's been praying. We can see a difference, and the oncologists gave him 6 months to live. So our goal is to shatter the 6 months and just take it day by day.
Yep.
Keep building on that.
That's all you can
And
do.
don't focus on 6 months. You focus on all the hope and the prayers.
Mm-hmm.
Matthew 19:26 clearly says, with God, all things are possible. You keep that hope alive in you. Don't let anybody take that away from you. And
Yep.
just keep it alive. And we'll do it day by day.
Mhm.
It's how years are made. It's how weeks are made. It's a daily thing. Plus, we don't know. Heck, we could all die tonight. I mean,
Yeah.
we don't know.
Mm.
So,
Meteor.
but I'll tell you
Giant
one thing,
meteor could
guys,
hit.
and I'm going to close with this topic on this, unless you have more questions or comments you want from it. But this has really, really humbled me. I look at the times that I've said we always pray before we eat. We ask the Lord to bless the food to our bodies in Jesus' name, amen. And then we go on with our meal, and we say it almost routinely. But now when I say it, it's like I really mean it, because at any moment, any of us could be hit with something that just compromises your digestive system. I mean, it's like I've worked in surgery for years, and it's different when you're the provider, not or an assistant type thing. But when you're the patient, it's it's humbling. It really is. This thing has really humbled me. I value life a whole lot more than I did before this, and I'm 67 years old, and yet I can't see living in this house without him, because it just doesn't feel right, and that's because we've been married for almost 20 years. So yeah, we're just going to take it day by day, and keep positive. Keep positive.
Yeah.
Each of us challenges. Everybody, and so it's humbled me to be more compassionate, more empathetic, toward everybody, and even those of different faiths. I mean, I've talked to some people in that place that are clearly not Christian, but they're still human, and they still have hurts and pains and hopes and fears, and you love them. Love is universal. I met a gal. I don't know if I told you this the other day. It was a few weeks ago. I was walking down the hallway to go to the cafeteria on the first floor, and there was a gal sitting there. I guess she was in a wheelchair, because she was just sitting in the hallway, and she had one of those, what do they call them, hijabs or hibabs, or with a little split right here,
Hijabs.
hijabs.
Yeah.
And she was dressed in black from head to, you couldn't see any part of her body except her two eyes,
Uh-huh.
and our eyes locked. And the first thing out of my mouth was, hi. And she said, hello. And I said, God bless you. And she said, thank you. And that was it.
Uh-huh.
And we just walked on by, and I thought, wow, that's kind of wild looking, like in some countries, that's a normal dress code, I guess, for
Yep.
these gals. But we don't see a lot of it here, but you see a lot of different cultures and everything. So yeah. So tonight he's doing good, and I waited until the surgery was done. He was back in his room, and we were talking. Thankfully, they had to intubate him. They were very careful with his two front teeth that this stupid hospital here in Corpus Christi knocked out or knocked loose. His voice sounds better than it ever has since they screwed up his vocal cords here in Corpus Christi. But we talked, and then I said, okay, I guess I'm going to go to Corpus if that's okay to you, go home. And he goes, okay. And I was tired. I should have probably stayed, but I wanted to get on the road. So I made it from Houston to Wharton, Texas, which is about an hour away. probably a little more than an hour. But anyway, I was hurting by the time, even though the car was driving itself on full self driving. I was determined to stay awake, so I did. And then as soon as the charging was done, I wanted to stay awake for that too, because if you leave your car plugged in after the charging is completed, Tesla charges you extra money per minute.
Cool.
You know, because you're tying up a pump, right?
Yeah.
So they want to make sure they get as much business.
Isn't there some ability to set an alarm that when it reaches full charge, it wakes you up?
Beep, beep,
I
beep.
put it on the watch, but I was afraid I was so tired that I wouldn't wake up.
I mean, the car, you can't set the car can't wake you up.
No.
I mean, you're in the car. I mean, it could do all kinds of shake the seat,
Yeah.
No,
Mhm.
not for the charging.
beep the horn.
No,
The
the
no.
car
Oh,
doesn't. I said it.
oh,
But anyway, I just stayed awake, and then as soon as I unplugged it and got it back up on the charging thing, I got back in the car. I put the shade up in the window because it was in Bucky's parking lot, you know, and it's really well lit. So I put the shade in the front windshield, laid my seat back, and I was gone. And it's not the most restful sleep, but it was enough to get me home. So I've been kind of dragging all day.
Yeah, like a power nap.
Yeah.
I thought they only charged you when all the other pumps are full. That's what I vaguely remember from renting Teslas. That if you leave your car plugged in and all the other pumps are full, then they start charging people.
Right. Normally that's the way that they've done it, but they've just recently changed that in a software update because now on the screen it says that they'll charge you 50. I don't know if it says that they will. I think maybe the pumps might, or all the charging stations.
They may, I believe.
They may
That's what it
charge you. Now it says 50 cents per minute. It used to be $1 a minute. That's worth $60 an hour. That's good. But even $30 an hour is steep. But they may charge you 50 cents for when it goes to 80% or to your level of charging. I was going to 90 to get home. And so when I finished charging, I was just like, I wasn't going to chance it. I mean, I'm spending so much money, and we have like nothing really coming in. He's not working. So, and I'm just trying to minimize everything. You know, like I'll eat a big breakfast, skip lunch, have dinner, or whatever. I'll skip at least one meal a day, or take something with me, you know, from home. But parking is $20 a day there. It's just outrageous, you know.
At the hospital?
Yeah, and even do you know that at MD Anderson, even the employees have to pay $200 every month for parking?
Huh.
I'm
Weird.
I was like, what? You're making them a fortune, and they're charging every one of those employees $200 a month.
Yeah, they get it in their pay probably. It would be my pay. I promise you that. I promise you that.
No,
Huh?
they don't. Some of the people say, well, they live close by. They have somebody drop them off. One gal said she can get to work in an Uber cheaper, and get home cheaper than $200.
Yeah, they're just trying to keep the parking places open because I've been the hospital I went to for this. We had to make up our own parking spot. You know, I mean, that's why I was glad I took my wife's little Kona because there was like, it wasn't a real parking spot, but they didn't seem to care. And it was each time I went there, it was open and it was fairly close to the door, and we take it because it was full. I mean, you'd be walking. I mean, they actually had a little tram that went. It was free though. They did have free parking. They didn't charge anybody. You know,
Yeah.
but they actually have a little tram to take people back and forth to get them to the
They
door.
don't even have that here.
Yeah.
So what I did
And they're
was,
charging.
that's $20 a day on valet. So I went to what they call parking garage 10, which is the next garage over for public parking, and I parked there, and it didn't have a rate posted. But then when I went through the building, I looked at a sign, and it's $19 a day. I'm like, oh wow, I just did all this extra walking and saved $1.
Yes.
It's a racket.
Well, yeah. Well, on a positive note, I'm on approximately 90 months of a 1-year death sentence for my throat cancer the last time.
Nice.
So, they gave me about a year, and I'm on about 90 months from that, so they don't always know what the hell they're talking about.
Yeah.
So
Well,
I think they go worst case scenario.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
way worse scenario. Yeah.
yeah, we're just staying
No,
positive.
no.
It's
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hate cancer though. I mean, I've learned
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hated it.
Oh, love it. You know,
Well, I never gave it much of a thought. You
Yeah.
know, I've never had anybody in my family ever have cancer.
Whoa! Stop it.
I've had
Really? Everyone dies in my family from cancer or violence. Violence
Yeah.
and cancer. That's it.
No,
Yep.
nobody in my
Both of the
I mean, my dad had that topical stuff that they burn off, and that's the end of it. But it hadn't.
yeah, skin cancer.
Yeah, it's like stuff that Jeff does in dermatology. You know, it's still a
Yeah.
cancer. Not like
That's
it's not like on the inside of you and it blossoms and
yeah.
by the time you
Thanks.
figure it out, you know, it's gone crazy.
Good night.
Thanks for stopping in,
Noma?
Jim. Enjoy the pub.
Yeah,
Bye,
lots.
Jim.
Bye, Jim. Thank you.
He's not at PlayStation, is he? PlayStation Pub? That would be quite a guess. He said he's in Michigan, so start naming all the pubs I know of in Michigan.
Well, that's actually the name of. Okay.
Yeah. I tell you what, the medical industry, just in general, and I mean this very briefly. I went for that CT scan, it sucked, and then they were nice enough to send me a bill for like $1,000, and then claimed that they were doing me a favor on top of it. That's the best part.
Yeah.
That's after our discounts we negotiated with ourselves.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
I'm going through issues with insurance now. I mean, I just received that bill for $904 again from my wife's because she's got osteo, and she's been diagnosed for years, and every year they do a screening, and screenings are 100% paid for by the insurance. The diagnostics, it goes to your deductible. And they entered it wrong. They entered it as a diagnostic. The
Miscoded.
previous 2 years was free. And all of a sudden, $904. So I called Blue Cross. Said no, it's put in here as a diagnostic. If they just would need to resubmit it as a screening, and then we'll pay it. Okay, and they're ready to pay. Call them back. Okay, we'll take care of it. A few months passed by, and this is back in August. A few months passed by. Send us a bill again. Oh no! Now I've been drilling down. I thought I straightened it out again because you got to talk to the right people. And through HCA, Lawnwood, not Lawnwood, HCA, Port St. Lucie. But anyway, then we just got the bill again yesterday. It just won't go away. The insurance is willing to pay for it. Just resubmit it properly. What is so hard? And I don't know. We're going to go down there Tuesday and just start yelling at people.
Yeah.
That's
What
I
you
gotta go in
do?
person. Gotta go in person. You
Administrator.
call and you get the hospital. I don't want the hospital. I want the doctor's office across the street. Well, they're part of HCA. Okay, and then they transfer you. Oh no, this is the wrong department. You're talking to this one. Oh, it's the wrong department. You're talking. Oh, you need to talk to this one. Oh, you need to talk to the physician. It's like, you know what? Seriously, do you guys want to get paid? Because we're not paying it. Yeah. Hook me up with the right person so they could change the paperwork, resubmit it, and you'll get your money. Asshole.
Yeah.
It's very
They did
annoying.
me like that once, but it was like $100. It was like $100, and I fought with them for a while, and I said, "Yeah, whatever," and paid it. They won. I got tired of.
I've paid bills
fighting with them.
I paid a $600 bill that I questioned, and they paid me back.
Yeah.
I didn't even
Oh, that's
expect
nice.
it. I didn't even expect it to come. It just appeared in the mail one day. But I'm not paying $900 for no reason. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And then and you guys were talking about not liking cancer. As you know, mine was worse than they thought it was after they took it out. It had pierced the capsule in 3 different spots. There's a guy at work who had his out 5 years ago, and his was the same thing. It had pierced the capsule, and now his PSAs are going up. They're testing him for bone cancer. So I mean, in a way, I know it's probably going to kill me eventually, but it's going to be a long ways down the road.
We have a friend that visited with Jeff that's from Lubbock. He was in town for a granddaughter's graduation, and so we stopped by to visit Jeff, and he's been talking about this for a long time, but I mean, like probably the last year. But he said his doctor told him he's got prostate cancer, but it's not the kind that kills you. It's the kind that you can live with. I'm like, I didn't know there was such a thing.
Well, they have Gleason scores. It's called. There's a Gleason score. There's two numbers. 1 to 5, and like a 3-3 means it's non-aggressive and it may just sit there forever, and nothing will happen. And my numbers were 3-3, 3-3, 3-3, and one was 3-4, and even that is better than a 4-3. And I won't get into how that works, but it has to do with the percentage of aggressiveness. And so mine was just barely that. And then it turns out when they took it out, oh, look, it popped its head through in 3 different spots. It's like, wow. I mean, you guys did MRIs and CAT scans and everything else. And you said, you haven't escaped the capsule. You'll be good if you take it out. Then they take it out. It's like, well, sorry, we'll see how it works out. They might, as long as it doesn't appear in your liver, your pancreas, you're okay. Like, wow. Like the bone one, apparently they just radiate you and then put you on some chemo, and like 90% of the people it cures the problem. It's kind of just Joe Biden's. It left his prostate and made it to his bones, But that's what they're telling us. Who knows where it is actually? Might be in his brain. I don't know. No.
Sick burn.
No, I don't know.
Hey, Lloyd, how you doing, buddy?
But it's slow moving, so 5 years.
I'm good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Your on air is getting more elaborate.
Oh yeah, I added my light here to it. So
Yeah, that's what I liked. There wasn't this sign. You started bragging about your printing that sign, but
yeah, no, it
the
was
light.
I know. Yeah. Yeah. So
It's giving you a tan too, apparently.
yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah.
He doesn't look quite as pale and ghostly.
Yeah.
Well, getting out more. That could have.
He's a
something.
whiter shade of pale.
Yeah.
Where'd he go?
I don't know. And he trimmed his beard. That's amazing.
Now you don't.
Yeah.
Look,
I didn't know it was
you don't-
possible.
He doesn't look good at all now. What happened?
Yeah.
His hair and everything. He
No.
went from like he went from like Willie Nelson to Grandpa Jesse.
Yeah, I went and got it thinned down a little bit, and I went in there to do it. I said, I need it evened out across the bottom. I'm still going to grow it long. And she goes, have you thought about, first words out of her mouth, have you thought about a mullet?
Mullet.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, but hell no. No mullets, no man buns. So
What? They suggested a mullet?
Yeah, go for a
Wow,
mullet.
where'd you go? Super
Yeah,
cuts?
mullet.
Where the fuck did you go?
no, I went up here to a place where
I went to June Bob Bell's Hair Emporium
Yeah.
it's
and
they've
Hot
always-
Dog Palace.
she's younger. Her
With
hair was purple, so I should have known something was up there.
Oh, wow. She could run for Congress. Yeah.
Yeah, she
Yeah,
could.
and win.
Well, maybe mullets are
win.
coming back. You don't know. Everything goes
That's
back.
what
Bell
she said,
bottoms
they
come
are
back
coming
every
back.
6-7 years. Everything comes back. Everything leaves and comes back.
Mm.
When I was a kid, we thought bell bottoms were a new thing, but they weren't. Even then, even in the 70s, they weren't a new thing.
Yeah.
No.
And like every other generation, they come on, look how cool these pants are. I said, yeah, they look familiar for some reason.
No.
No, she said mullets
Oh.
are coming back. I said, yeah, but I'd never live it down on YouTube if I started wearing them.
Yeah, I'm saying Joe Dirt.
It
Is
might
more
be the
like
new sensation.
So she gave me what she called a modified greaser haircut.
Oh, okay. Looks good.
Visits in the front, party in the back,
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it,
or something like that.
and something like that. Yeah, yeah.
So, Lloyd, how did you change your avatar when you go off camera? Because when Lon does it, his is just that black L.
I
well, you
just-
got a problem with black L's, yo?
It's probably because I have an account with Restream, so
Oh,
uh,
yeah, so do I.
well,
What's the problem?
Yeah.
I have for my avatar, I've got my logo.
Yeah.
I just uploaded it. Is all I did.
Yeah.
When you go into settings, you go
Yeah.
to-
Where do you think this came from?
Oh, okay. I
Mr.
have
Mr.
one.
Bodie
but
here.
it disappeared. Mine disappeared. So.
virtual backgrounds. Let's see.
Oh, okay. You go in the settings and
Yeah, that's usually where you change your settings. under
Uh-huh.
settings.
Yeah, that'd be the
And
best best place
where
to
do
find
you
them.
go in the settings? Is it under video or virtual background
I don't
shortcuts?
think you
No,
can
I
do it while
can't.
you're in here. Maybe you can. I don't
Oh,
know. I'll take a look. Brenda, I swear to God, I thought you said, Alexis, God bless you, bitch. When I when I saw
That would
that,
be
I was like,
awesome.
yo, bitch. Actually, she meant
Both.
both. There you
oh,
go. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, it was just a typo.
Thank you.
All right. I'll find it for you, Art. Jesus, you're
All right.
so fucking helpless. All right.
Yeah,
Hold on. All right. Is it under design somewhere? Theme. I don't know. I'll find it. You guys talk about something else.
They will just talk
Alrighty.
amongst themselves.
All right. Settings. No, it's not in settings. It's not in those settings. I said talk about something.
Talk about something. What
Oh,
about?
How about them
underneath-
drones?
oh, okay, over on the side, Art, where your
Yeah.
little camera's at.
Yeah.
See those three little dots?
Oh, yeah.
Click
Yeah.
on that. It says Edit Avatar.
Where? I don't see it either.
Oh, there it is.
Oh.
Thank you, Lloyd.
Camera of your the little on the over on the left hand
I
right
see
hand.
it now.
On the right hand side?
Left
Yeah.
hand side.
Well,
Left.
it'd be on the left-hand side.
Left hand side?
Yeah,
Oh, three
left.
little
Yeah.
dots. Yeah.
See Edit Name
Yeah.
Video.
Okay.
All right. No, that's not it.
Cool.
I don't have three dots.
You do.
The
They're over on the
left-hand
left-hand
side.
upper corner.
Upper
Right up
left
here.
hand side.
Did you
All right.
see
Upper
the
left hand
did you
side,
see
it
the
says
bar-
Uncle Bill's Saturday night, blah,
Yeah.
blah, blah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And now what? There's no
Next
dots
to it,
there.
there should be three dots.
No. Well, maybe. Let me see. Click that. Yeah, I'm there. My thing pops up and it says add channels.
Oh,
Well, I've been able to do
you've
it.
gone all the way. You're on the outside. Where just your little camera's at that shows your face.
But you're in the
Oh,
show.
you're talking about there. Oh.
Right
hand.
hand. There.
Yeah.
And
No,
then go
I've
down
done
to the
it.
bottom.
I found
Yeah,
it. I just couldn't edit avatar. There it is. I got it.
There you go.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
Yeah. I forgot all about the dots. Yeah.
Let's do that. Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
me too. I forgot about the dots too.
Yeah, there we go.
There you go. I did it.
Look, I changed it. Hey, look at that.
Everybody's got it. Got their avatar.
I put me inside of my airplane.
Oh, there you go. That's nice.
There you go. Yeah, there you go.
Mm.
Anyways,
Ah, there.
and I don't even use Restream except on this show. And Art, you use it. You should know how it works.
Yeah.
Yeah, I changed mine.
You look better that way. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Randy. Welcome in.
Ooh, I know what I could use. I'll spend the rest of the show editing my avatar.
There we go.
You can add a bunch of them, apparently.
Yeah.
I think Lod should get a mohawk and then do a reverse mohawk on his beard. Nothing on the chin, only on the cheeks. The cheeks of his face.
I'm glad you clarified that.
Please.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah.
Please. So anyway,
My son actually said, "Well, Dad, you should have got a mohawk." No, son.
Mohawk.
Yeah. No, she trimmed up the
culture
this hair.
appropriate.
She did a separation, kind of right back down here, and then just got rid of the fuzzies that were kind of sticking out of control.
Yeah.
It cleaned me up a little bit.
Looks good. Yeah. Symmetrical. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you, Cool Cat. That's a cool scripture. Very, very nice. Thank you. And I'm going to mute my mic. I've got another phone call.
Uh-oh.
Let them call the elders of the church.
What's in here?
I have, this is one of my swords. for my swords that I've been making, so I can hang them on the wall. So.
I could barely hear you, Lloyd. Is it me or can you guys hear him?
Oh, I moved my
I can
damn
barely.
mic out of the way.
Okay,
Can
there
you
you
hear me
Oh,
now?
there he is. Okay. Yep.
Anyways, this is one of my sword stands that I'm
Oh, cool.
or wall mount. So
Hmm.
you know,
Oh, that's cool. You know what? That's also good for like cleaning shit off your shoes when you come in the house.
yeah. You could
Oh,
you can turn it upside down and do it for that. Put it on a piece of wood and just
yeah,
scrape
yeah.
the heels off. So
That's a handy
and
thing.
I've started on my first pipe. So
Oh, pipe. Oh, look at
pipe,
you.
yeah, that's gonna be a briarwood pipe when I get done. So
I'm getting
enjoy it.
magazines from that company I bought the tobacco from.
Are you?
Yeah, they're sending me all kinds of offers. Like, oh, sorry, I don't smoke.
Yeah. But yeah, but I'm the original one was that I made for the stand for the wall mount was like this, is undecorated, and I thought so. I went through and I found the Celtic Celtic knot, the Trinity, and then a Celtic sword. All right, it's a Celtic cross. It's actually not a Celtic cross, but it's got Celtic writing on it. So,
Oh.
so I've been busy 3D printing.
Oh.
There is, what is that called? There's a thing that people used to have outside their house, and it's exactly what it's for. Not just poop, not just dog shit, or whatever.
Oh,
But
yeah, it was
Boot
a
scraper.
mud
yeah,
scraper.
yeah, like one of those things. It'd be cool to print something like that.
Yeah.
Be handy, helpful.
Yep.
And especially if you have dogs. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I used to
Yeah.
have one of those somewhere.
And it was just like a standalone thing. Then you just put your foot on it and you pull your foot back and scrapes it
Right.
off.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got fancy ones now. They got bristles
Oh yeah.
and crap on them. But you know what's funny? Apparently, my white Shih Tzu doesn't poop anymore. We've been trying to get a sample of her for the doctor's appointment. Every year, I pay like $80 for each of them for to samples, so that they can take one little tiny little bit, make sure they don't have worms or whatever,
Right, yeah.
ringworm,
Okay.
whatever, parvo. What I don't know what they're testing for. And every year is the same thing. This dog normally, I go to cut the grass, she'll get in front of me just to show me that she's pooping, like right now. But when we want a sample, it's like she knows. Actually, we got one from Bella eventually, finally. Just weeks. The annoyances of having a pet, chasing them around trying to collect their shit.
Yep.
And as long as she doesn't have it, the other one doesn't have it. They sleep together. They play together.
Right. Yeah. They're in the same yard together.
Yeah.
Yep.
To tell you, it's expensive. That last doctor visit was like $1,200 for the two of them. Yeah. Because we do it, we don't do like the old days. Does the dog seem sick? Nope. Okay. Is it eating? Yep. Okay. Is it eating? But every year, take him in for that big thing, and then the triple meds. I mean, what are we giving her? We give them both. We used to split it in half, but they're two different sizes. The one girl, Mandy, is around 20 pounds. She's a big Shih Tzu, and the other one is only like 15. So they fall into two different weight classes.
Welterweight.
Yeah,
She's welterweight.
Got to buy the drugs twice. God. Heart Guard, I think one of them is, and
Heart guard, yeah.
something else.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's expensive, and these dogs,
Yeah.
they're trying to seem like they're never
Well,
going to die.
they can be expensive.
What the hell is that?
That's an on.
That is so loud. Yeah, I know. Shih Tzus, they last a long time. These girls are
Yeah.
they'll be 13 this November,
Wow.
and they
That's
still
good.
zip around and jump around like puppies.
Oh yeah.
Wow. That's great.
Now you saw them, Lloyd.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
me too.
girls.
They're lovable little fur balls.
yeah, they're cute.
Yep.
They are.
Shih Tzus are the best. Yep.
No, it's a good dog. There's a lot of good dogs, but they're good dogs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, good girls, and they don't yap all the time and make you nuts.
Yes.
Like some of them.
Yeah.
like my chihuahuas do.
They don't like lightning and thunder, and lightning and fireworks. Yep.
Yeah.
You know what? The one is scared of them. The one isn't. But then the one gets attention, so that the other one starts playing like it's scared. I mean, I swear to God, that's what happened. Because she's not. She's absolutely not. She's been out there with me with loud thunder and this and that. She doesn't even pay attention. The big one. She just keeps going. But then, like I said, you go inside and the one is shivering and scared, and you pick her up to try to calm her down, and then
No.
and the other one starts to cry. Like she's scared. Bella injured her foot somehow. We couldn't figure out how. There was no cuts. They might have played and she sprained it because she's running around pretty good now, so it's going away. But because she was limping, we were paying attention to her a little more because I was a little concerned. You never know if it's a broken
So
bone,
the other one start
could be a
limping.
broken bone, could be a cut, could get infected. You got to be careful.
Yeah.
So we're paying attention to her, picking her up, checking her. All of a sudden, Mandy started limping. I swear to God, there's
Yeah.
nothing wrong with her. Joy, she's in front of Joy. She started. There's absolutely nothing. I find and it's hard to believe that a dog could actually do that, but I'm telling you, she did it. They're pretty smart.
Yeah.
There was a movie with
Benji?
Which
No.
tells you she knew there was something wrong with Bella's foot, by the way. Again, smart.
yeah,
But kind of,
Cary Grant,
Oh.
and he's dating. He comes in to meet this gal, and she's got this poodle, and it just absolutely hates him, and he acts like he's gonna, he pushes it away and acts. All of a sudden, the dog starts just yelping like it's being hurt, and it comes walking in, and now it's limping. What'd you do to my dog? And I didn't know. And then the dog puts his foot down as soon as she walks out of the room. Next time that she comes back in the room, he lifts the other foot. Says, that's not even the same.
dumb dog.
Yeah. What'd you do to my dog? I did. And
Hey, Sunstar is passively aggressively chastising you, Lloyd.
Yeah.
Brenda
don't
is
say
passively
hello to
aggressively
her. Yeah.
well, what'd I do now?
Yeah,
You
forgot
don't
to say
say
hello.
hello.
Here, all right, read the screen, Lloyd. Here it is.
Oh, Lloyd, sorry.
There's some passive aggressive shit right there.
Mhm.
Oh, I thought I said I did say hello, but I said it in the crowd here. I said hi Brenda. And
Yep.
my apologies.
You did,
Brenda.
actually.
I am very sorry that I didn't say hello. I really am, because
Hello.
you're always
Hello.
always nice to me, and I do appreciate that. So
Brenda, someday you're gonna have to come on the panel.
Yeah.
You're kind of a mystery wrapped in a enigma. Kind of, yeah.
I've heard her. She came on Paul's on a with the camera off and talked.
Yeah, but you could do voice changing apps for that. On the
Mhm.
guard, he doesn't really sound like that.
No.
Couldn't possibly.
No
This
way.
is how I really sound.
See, I knew that was going
That's
to
his
happen.
normal voice. That's his normal voice there.
I knew that was going to happen. I predicted that in my head.
is
Oh,
you know, Mel and I met up. And
Lloyd,
I
look,
what?
Warren,
Now I want a hello. Okay.
Warren's hurt now.
Yeah. Warren's butthurt.
Hello, Warren. Hello, Don. Hello, Michael. Hello, Grant. Let's see, who else could I?
I didn't know Grant was here. Hello, Grant.
Brad.
Yeah, you said hi,
Brad, Nana,
Michael.
yeah, I said
Mark.
Mike.
Michael.
Mr. Kitty.
Yeah. Dawn. Jim has left, but I said hello.
Dawn.
Steve Janez, hello.
Brian's here.
Why the hell
Did
do I
anybody
gotta
say hello to
This is
Brian?
my damn show.
Anybody
Yeah,
say hi to
hey,
Brian?
Yeah,
Brian.
well, I said
I
hello,
did.
Brian.
I did say hi to him. They may not have heard me, but I said hi.
You said hi to Brenda too, by the way. I remember that
Yeah, I
because it
did.
prompted me to
Right.
say hi again.
Mhm.
Because I said hi
Yeah.
twice because
Yeah,
you said
you
hi
did.
to
That's
her.
right. I heard you say it too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Brian. Brian, I apologize.
America, fuck yeah.
Anybody else I miss?
Yeah.
Yeah. You didn't say hi to
You
me,
don't feel
Lloyd.
special anymore.
Oh, Randy, you didn't say hi to Randy. Mad
Yeah.
props.
Oh, Mad Props.
Yeah.
Randy.
You're
Yeah,
doing it.
Randy.
Randy. Yeah, he's doing a 34-hour TPU printer.
Oh, TP.
Wow.
It's
I gotta
about
take some
time I said
breaks.
hello. Yeah. What
Yeah.
the hell is it? This isn't even my damn show. Why the hell are they worried about whether I say hello?
I don't know.
Daddy issues. I'm
Yeah.
thinking.
Nobody
Yeah.
asked me to say hi to them.
Acting more like granddaddy issues. Yeah.
Hey, we got a little shark, bow shark.
Hey,
Hey,
Jordy.
Jordy.
Hello, Jordy.
Hello, Jordy.
That was very clear, Lloyd. I heard that loud and clear. Hello,
Yeah.
Jordy.
Yeah.
Hello.
Get
I
that
want to
shit
hear
right
me
out
crying
there.
later.
Get in trouble again.
Yeah. America. Fuck yeah. So no, that's just hilarious.
Oh my God.
Did you see? Speaking of America, did you see the new Army commercial? Now,
No.
if you want to dig that up and play it, oh my god!
What is it, bad?
Oh no! Let's just say it's a vast departure from the last one.
Oh yeah.
Oh, well, the last one was great.
I love
Well, with the
you.
two
You want your
mothers or
army to look.
whatever.
You want your
Look
army
at
to
my
look
two
like you.
moms. My two
Yeah.
moms. You know, I was slated to go to Harvard, but I decided to join the military instead or whatever. I'm like, yeah, my two moms really encouraged me.
Yeah.
You know, this, that, and the other. And
Oh my
I'm
God.
like, okay.
I want to go in the Air Force.
Apparently,
Ugh.
the Secretary of Defense hasn't seen it yet, or it would have probably been squashed by now.
What?
The new commercial.
Oh no, it's good.
Oh, is it good? Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
dude,
it's not-
he's in it.
it's
He's
not
in it. And Trump's in
flamboyant.
it.
In it. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a voiceover, and I believe that's Pete Hegseth voiceover.
Yeah.
It's Trump and
Yeah.
Pete Hegseth voiceover, I believe.
I know
It's
that.
it's like a Michael Bay movie. It's like you
Oh,
guys,
okay. Yeah.
we're gonna be the deadliest force ever. It's like holy crap! Now you don't need to see it really. I just
Our boats
described it
don't
perfectly.
sink when we launch them.
And then it has like a bunch of Trump quotes and stuff. It's pretty cool.
Oh,
Is it? Wait a minute. I think I found it. I'm going to show it. Maybe the
Okay.
army will come after me.
Maybe they'll enlist you.
they'll draft you.
Yeah.
You get free medical then. So there's something.
All right, give me a minute. Actually, I need to.
Yeah. See, when I went in, we were guaranteed free health care for life,
Oh wow.
and you know that was the way it was, the way it had been since World War II,
Yeah.
and all the way up through the into the Vietnam era, you know, and even beyond. But then somewhere, I guess it was during Bill Clinton's time, they started prorating it based on one, your disability, two, on your ability to pay. You know, if you had insurance, they bill your insurance. If you can't pay,
Is this
Oh.
it? What's your warrior?
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know. No, that ain't it. Is that new?
Upon learning about
come on with this
WGU
crap.
and getting their education, getting some certification, it opened a lot of doors.
That's a good commercial though.
Yeah, I like it.
yeah.
Yep.
Go
I have
Army.
one. There's only one problem I see with it that that kind of concerns me, and that's
What?
when they got a guy that's supposed to be a member of the army, and he looks like a friggin' mad scientist with his little, you know, testing out that. You know, that's what they did to us in the '70s. Was they tested all that crap on us that they
Yeah.
Well, they do have scientists in the army. You know, right, Lloyd?
Yeah, they do
Oh,
have scientists. That's
Warren, did you see
Yeah, here it
Warren's
is.
got a link?
Lauren put another
Oh, you
one in.
got it? Okay.
Where is it?
Hang on. No More Distractions is the name of it. Wait a
No.
minute. Oh,
I'll put it
I'm
on.
trying to.
Hold on. Oh, not like that.
You want me to do it, or are you going to do it yourself?
No, you could do it.
Okay, hang on.
I mean, I could do it.
I
You
gotta
could do it.
find.
I could do it. You could do it. We could. All right.
I
I
have to
already,
find
I already got it. So.
You got it now? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah. All I got to do is click.
Take it away, Bill. Big, beautiful Bill.
All right.
There's No More Distractions is the name of it.
This isn't it. Tom Cruise dance scene from Tropic Thunder.
Jesus Christ, you fucking clown.
I don't think so.
What the hell is that?
Peace Through Strength is the name of it.
That's right.
Here you go. I got it up now.
All right, I'll put it up. That's the link he put up there. Are you sure it ain't this one? Here it, Warren. Okay.
That was funny.
You ready?
Hold on. It'll be up in a second. There it is.
You're ready. Ready?
Yeah.
Ready?
Okay.
No more distractions. No more electric tanks. No more gender confusion. No more climate change worship. We are laser focused on our mission of warfighting.
We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. It's called peace through strength.
You look into the eyes of these young Americans who are giving up the best years of their life in a uniform to serve their nation. They are incredible.
Through our power and might, we will lead the world to peace. Our friends will respect us, our enemies will fear us, and the whole world will admire the unrivaled greatness of the United States military. We will replenish the pride of our armed forces, end the recruitment crisis.
We don't fight because we hate what's in front of us. We fight because we love what's behind us.
God bless you. God bless our armed forces. God bless our men and women serving overseas. And God bless the United States of America.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Nice.
Friggin' time. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it whenever I see the A10. That just
Gives you
Yeah.
chills. Gives you chills.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
love the idea.
well,
Mhm.
Yeah.
I realize how lucky I was I got to work on them when they first came out. I never thought, here it is, 40, 50 years later, you know.
You know, that's one of the modern ones I'd like to have an RC model of.
Yeah.
The A10, yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I mean, all you need what? It's got two.
Two engines, yeah.
Fan.
Yeah, so you get two inducted.
Inducted fan
You
engines.
just need two inducted fans in the tail. Probably fly great. You know, I'd like to have it, just to have it.
Yeah.
I
They
think.
Yeah.
got ranging from about 159, and my son came by with one that belonged to his friend. He paid $700 for it, but that
Yeah.
damn thing had a 4-foot wingspan on it.
Yep.
Yes.
Very.
Is that through Horizon Hobby?
I don't know if it was Horizons or if it was the other one. Because Horizon Hobbies puts out.
That's big, but that's not gigantic or anything. That's a good. I mean,
Yeah.
that's good size for
Yeah.
RC
Mhm.
or
Right.
scale. I
Or
mean,
Warbird, yeah.
Mhm.
And it had the the retractable landing gears and everything.
oh, that's cool. And it was only 7 something.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, there's not any of them over $1,000, I don't think, unless you build one yourself,
Send me a link for that.
or you buy one and upgrade all the motors. But yeah, they have a
Mm-hmm.
That's cool. What kind of payload does it carry?
Black Cats,
Over.
M80s.
no. Somebody rigged up one, and they were dropping.
Pop Rocks.
No, they were dropping flower packets. So when it hit, it just
Poof. Yeah, yeah.
and they were firing a potato gun at it to try and take it down. They built an an anti-aircraft style gun and turned it into a potato, with firing potatoes.
Is that McGlusky or whatever his name is?
I think so. Yeah.
Clint, what's his name? Clint, not Clint. So Cletus or something like that.
Cletus.
Yeah, but,
No, it wasn't
but
Cletus,
but the potatoes are solid. Did they explode? I mean, ACAC is going. It explodes and it spreads.
It throws out. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how they had it rigged, but I know they were trying to take it down.
I mean, you could do that. I mean, you put a firecracker in the potato, you light it, shove it in real quick.
Yeah.
Poof, and so if you do it right, somewhere up there, it's going to
explode.
It won't take much to blow it apart, just because it's stuck inside. So
Right.
it's a firecracker.
Right. Plus, yeah.
The two things from that commercial that I liked the most personally was the line about the wars we don't get involved in.
Right.
Yeah,
And we don't go to war because we hate what's in front of us. We go to war to protect what's behind us.
Right.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Those are two lines that I appreciate.
True. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's about time we had that attitude from our leadership. I think it's great that.
Yeah.
No, Mike, we weren't talking about an Osprey.
Thank you.
We were talking about
Cletus McFarland, yeah.
Yeah, Cletus McFarland. Yeah, that's who we were talking about.
Mm-hmm. Not Seth MacFarlane.
Nah.
McFarlane. It sounds like a character from the.
And that's not his real name. That's just his, I mean, he's running NASCAR now.
He lives
What
in
about an 810 Warthog?
He lives in Florida, Bill.
Huh?
Yeah, he's
Cletus
lives in
McFarland.
Florida.
It's not his
Of course
real.
he does. His name's Cletus McFarland. Where else would he live?
No, it's not his real name. But what I'm trying to say is he lives in Sarasota. No. I take that back. He lives in Bradenton, right by Sarasota.
Bradenton, that sounds right. Yeah, Bradenton. That sounds right.
No, that's nowhere near me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That sounds like something he would do, though. He had that B. What was that? What was it? A B-52 bomber or a B? It was some big ass RC plane.
Oh, I think it was B-17.
Wingspan.
B-17G kit has been around for like 35 years longer. Since I was in high school. It's got a 10-foot wingspan.
Yeah,
and you would put 4. I forget what size motors. It was fuel back then. I mean, the new ones are probably electric, but it was
electric now.
And you had to start up 4 fuel motors at the same time.
Yeah.
So if you did that, that's when you had the electric starter that you pressed on the nose cone.
Yeah.
But you remember that had a 30-pound payload. 30 pounds could do some damage.
Yeah.
Big old Garfield cat in there with a parachute.
Hey, Jason.
E-Flight puts out the A-10s. They've got a 64 millimeter.
Hey, Jason.
EF motor in them.
What is it?
Oh.
E-Flight. They're $479.
Yeah, but I remember always wanting that B-17. But where would you put it? I mean, if you take the wings off, you put it anywhere, I guess.
You got to assemble it. You got to assemble it on site if you take it somewhere.
Yeah, at least the wings.
I've seen some really large RC planes.
I guess.
And,
But,
they take a trailer and they build it when they get there.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of. Yeah, they you had
they assemble it. Yeah.
The wings, the sometimes the gear, the landing gear. Sometimes there's a cone so that you can access the battery, not a cone, but a canopy so you can access the battery and all that stuff. And I mean, but I was thinking about the B-17, the fuel ones. I don't know. I guess you could take the wings off, but you'd have to have some kind of, because your fuel is in the body, unlike real planes where the fuel is actually in the wings.
Right.
So unless they did put multiple fuel tanks on it, like one for each wing, it could be.
Hey,
I
Bill,
guess
look
because how could you take the wings off?
Look what I just sent you.
Okay, I heard the ding, ding. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's inspirational anyway. The whole commercial thing, that was just really inspirational to me.
Oh, you sent me the whole
like that.
The video.
Well, I just wanted to show it to you.
Yeah. Okay. No, I've heard of him before. I've actually seen a video.
Look at the size of the plane that Tyler Perry has. You could sit.
Yeah.
Well, that's just insane.
I know.
Yeah, I've seen some really big ones.
We're talking about big ones that they take in trailers. And
Talking about big ones.
This guy has his own. He has his own runway at his property.
Yeah. I've seen one. I've seen one guy with that. He was doing
There we go.
Boeing 777. I just saw one,
Yeah.
and he has his own sort of like airstrip.
Yeah. I like the guys with the remote control tugger and everything. You gotta love those guys. Where they have the remote control tugger that tugs it out to the runway and shit.
Yeah,
You gotta love that.
That's committed. That's committing. You know what I mean?
He's committed, baby.
Look at this here. I'll keep this.
Yeah, that's the one I watched.
Maybe I won't get a.
This is the one I'm talking about. The video I'm talking about. Yeah.
Maybe I won't get a hit for this.
Who's this guy?
That's Cletus.
Oh, Tyler.
That's
Okay.
William. That's Garrett.
Wow.
But this is at Tyler Perry's place.
Yeah, how would you?
Oh,
How would you love
I was
that?
looking for a black guy when you said Tyler Perry.
It is the black guy.
I'm joking. No, the black guy, like Big Mama's house, or not Big Mama's house. Medea.
Medea.
That's this guy?
Yeah,
Where's he at? I don't see him.
he'll be in.
Is that him there?
Yeah, it comes out later.
Good
Yeah, I
God.
sat and watched this.
Look at the
Look at his
batteries.
batteries. Holy crap.
Jesus.
Yeah. Fantastic video.
It is.
Yeah.
I sat there and just watched it and went,
I just started
oh.
following him recently because I've been following Roman
That guy looks familiar.
Rami.
Atwood.
Rami, sorry.
That guy looks familiar too.
Wouldn't that be? You imagine having one of those.
So this is
No.
Tyler Perry's, the black guy Tyler Perry's property.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is his
Oh.
hangar. Look at it, he's got
I knew that he was into RCs.
Yeah, I didn't think he was into anything but dressing up like a woman, making the same movie over and over again. You know, the movie's so stupid.
Oh, wow.
Holy crap!
Wow.
Look at that thing, dude. It's insane. I'm not even sure that's cool in a way because it's just like, I don't know. It's kind of, I don't know. You know
Oh,
what I mean?
it's more than cool.
You think so?
That is just.
Oh yeah, this is really.
I don't know. I just a small one. I just feel like would have the same effect, other than just being big, right? It just seems.
Yeah,
I don't
but
know, the stakes are so much higher.
That's not what she. That's not what she said.
Ah.
You can have one of those.
Small one would have the same effect. No. Sorry.
No, I'm saying as far as the joy of flying around and stuff is what I'm saying.
Now, the bigger it is, the more
Yeah.
fun you have. You imagine.
The more fun you have. See,
That's not
Quick,
what
Pat.
happens in prison. You know, ask any
Quick, Pat.
ask any inmate. Ask any inmate. That's not the case.
Lon, did you ever fly in one of the C5s?
Look at them.
Yes.
rock-
Cs?
big
Mostly
enough-
C-41s though. I've flown a C5 on a,
C-41s,
I know what you're saying, but
Ah.
I've flown smaller RCs. You just get a better sense of if you like scale. That's what I'm talking about. If you like
Oh,
scale,
okay,
I'm
that's
not
fair.
talking about sport planes and like that. But if you Cyber Beast, if you like
And
scale,
that's Tyler Perry's. There he is.
There he
That's
is.
his-
yeah. If
Oh,
you like
there he is. Okay.
no, but if you like scale RC, there's just a realism that you can't get with a smaller one like that.
Yeah,
You know?
Right.
that's what I'm.
And is homie at vitiligo? Wait a minute. Maybe it's a bad camera.
Well, I mean, with a small plane, you got to keep it close because you lose track of it. These things, they're so big.
Yeah, it'd be hard not to see it.
Well, FPV
Yeah,
cameras and
I don't-
GPSs in them, I guess.
They don't fly the same either. You know, like I said, there's a level. There's there's a level of skill.
Oh, fair.
Look at this,
fair,
look at this,
fair.
look at that. Yeah, baby.
Now
Yeah,
that-
baby.
Wow.
That's more like.
I mean, look how close he's getting to the tarmac. That's amazing.
Yeah. Those guys are those 3D helicopters too. Those guys are nuts.
Oh,
There's no
yeah.
way a real pilot could do any of this. There's no way in a real plane. This is not happening. This is not happening.
Why-
Even if the plane could do it, the pilot can't do it.
Pilots can, but they don't let them do shit like that at air shows because that's just a disaster waiting to.
I don't think they can do it, period, Bill. I don't
Why?
think a real pilot in a real plane, I don't think the gravitational forces will allow it. I don't think it can happen. I'm serious.
If you had a big enough engine, you could. Because that's
Yeah,
all.
I've seen him do it.
No, it's all about materials, though. Those wings will go flying off, man.
No, they could do it.
They can do it. They're not even spinning that fast.
I've never seen an air show and did anything even close to this.
I've seen some close. If you watch you watch these guys that fly these Fox planes.
Yeah.
Look at that, how fast he's flipping. Look at that. Come on, get the fuck out of here.
Well, there's one actual pilot here. Can it be done, Alexis?
Yes.
Thank you.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Seen any of those kit planes? They're called the Fox planes, I think. And they have the huge tires on them. And they actually are so lightweight that they can come in, and with just the right wind, they can actually stand there just like this, just hang in the air.
Oh, yeah, I believe all that. Those front flips he was doing. He was doing, you guys can't see me. I'm the only person on the thing, or me and Alexis. But he was doing front flips.
Oh, yeah.
No fucking way.
But the design of these is aeronautically the same as a real one. I mean,
yeah, but the materials.
No, it could.
Right, but it's also based on.
That's where they got this. They get their ideas from the actual real planes.
Yeah,
the G forces are different. It's like
they're not spinning that fast. Yeah.
He was doing front flips. I've never seen a plane go front. Yeah, you guys can't see me. I've never seen a plane do a front flip. That's insane. Yeah, that is Cletus. Is that Cletus? Who is that?
Yep, that's Cletus there. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I remember he crashed that thing like 100 times. It was hilarious. That video was hilarious. And they had to keep putting it together. I don't have prop heavy, you dork. It's like pull up one of the helicopter ones where they're doing 3D helicopter flying. Dude, ain't nobody in a helicopter, a real human being, can't stand those kind of gravitational forces.
Now, helicopter, I would say you're probably right because.
Yeah, they're doing goofy shit.
Well, first off, helicopters shouldn't even get off the ground. They're just.
Well, I don't know. I was watching a thing on NASA, and they said the human body can take up to 20 Gs for brief periods of time. Believe it or not.
That's true.
If that wasn't true, we wouldn't be in space.
Yeah, and
tell them, Jordy, the G-force would be ridiculous.
But if they were wearing a G suit, they might be able to.
Maybe if they wore their G string. Yeah, but what happens to your G string?
Yeah,
it goes up in your pancreas.
It becomes dental floss, and you got to pull it out of your teeth. Yeah, because it'll go that far. Yeah.
All right, we can't see everybody. You're right. Let me see if I do that.
I call it.
I'd rather see the video though. Let's try this one. There we go.
There you go. Yeah.
Now we don't have a bill though.
Yeah, but nobody wants to see me.
Yeah, that's right.
Awesome.
I don't know, man.
See, now I can do stuff.
Yeah, watch him do like a front flip with this stupid big ass, C5 Galaxy or whatever.
Yeah. Oh God, that is a big ass plane. I've been inside one.
I've flown inside.
Yeah, I just find that hard to believe that a C5 Galaxy can do a front flip.
What? That's doing a front flip?
No, I'm just saying. You guys are saying regular planes can do that.
Well,
I'm like,
the Galaxy's not doing it. That's a stunt plane. All right.
That plane that they
a
biplane stunt plane can do all kinds of aerobatic maneuvers that you'd be seeing.
I get it. I'm joking. But that B-2 behind him right there, he could probably make that thing do all kinds of goofy flips and shit like that too if he wanted to.
Yeah, it's got a different aerodynamics.
Right. I'm just saying because it's smaller. The G-forces are different. You know what I mean? Something that weighs a pound has different forces against it than something that weighs 10,000 pounds. That's all I'm saying.
I got to fly
hanging there and spinning.
That B-2 and there, they actually had a lot of problems with that plane because it was so fragile.
You're exactly right, Alexis. I remember that video. Yeah. They patched it together with duct tape and shit, didn't they? Am I correct?
Sure did. Yep.
Yep. Okay, let me put it in another perspective then. RC cars. You see guys with RC trucks jump them 30 fucking feet and drop them 20 feet And by scale, that would be running a regular truck off a 20-story building.
Yeah,
You
nobody.
guys going to try to tell me a regular truck can just be dropped off a 20-story building? Fuck
No,
no.
we never said that.
No. Well, I'm saying it's different. That's what my point is. It's different.
Yeah, I can see your point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Although there are, I've been looking at some of these monster trucks that they can do some of the same things I can do with one of my RC cars. You know, do the flip and roll backwards and come back up on.
They are getting better, Lloyd.
I was just talking
You're
about
right.
that one stunt where the guy was doing a vertical spin while he was releasing. He's not even spinning that fast. G forces aren't really the problem there. It's
Right,
keeping level control of the plane and not dragging your tail, because he was getting awfully close. And I don't think human ones would get that close, but I've seen them do that. I've seen that stunt before. But
No, that stunt I'll agree with you with, because I've seen them drag their tail at air
it's
shows.
pretty impressive to be able to handle a plane like that.
Yeah, I was just talking about the flips. Rolls, I'll go along with rolls even. But the flips, he was doing front flips. I've never seen a plane do a front flip. I'm going to get ready to search it out, because I've never seen a plane do a front flip.
They can do it.
I mean, a body axis front flip, not a front loop to loop.
Roll, yeah.
A body axis front flip.
Oh,
I'll tell you a plane
Like you
that
do.
might be able to pull it off.
I think I've seen this video actually.
The A-10,
Yeah, I've watched it.
because of the
An
way
A10? Yeah, did you just see that? What is that? That's not a. Oh, I used to know the name of this plane because I used to I was an air
That's
defense.
Vegan.
Yeah, thank you.
it's called the
Yes,
Griffin.
Vegan. Or
I
it could
don't
be a
even-
Eurofighter.
I've seen a jet do that at the most recent air show that was over at the airport, by the way.
Yeah, it's thrust vectoring on the F-35.
Yep.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive.
No, Jordan, I understand there's monster trucks, and they are getting better and better and better every day. You're absolutely right. I've seen some pretty crazy videos, but I can jump an RC truck off of of a 20-foot wall and drive away. I don't think there's a monster truck in existence that can be dropped 300 feet and drive away.
do that with a RC truck that you may not be able to do, but you're also going to be replacing a shitload of struts when you get through the cracked frame.
Oh yeah, potentially. You're absolutely right.
You can drive away.
The weight mass ratio to the actual structure. And which is what Lon's saying in the first place. You couldn't do that with because the frame would crumple and everything else.
Yeah.
You say, I can't see you doing that with a real truck. Oh yeah, remote control maybe. There you go. Hey.
Well, yeah, but it ain't driving past that. You drop up a 300-foot building, it's done. The truck is done. I don't care what kind of monster truck it is. It's over.
5,000 pounds at terminal velocity.
I went out to
make a big hole.
There's a place here in Oklahoma, and they have what's called the Crawlapalooza, and they have both RC cars and real RC Jeeps and vehicles and real ones. And you go to one side, and here's these RC vehicles just going straight up these cliffs, and you're thinking. Then you go around to where the full size ones, and they're doing the same damn thing. These Jeeps are crawling up and it's like,
Wow.
there's no way in hell I could. It just doesn't look real. It's the first time I thought, damn, that's a big RC vehicle, and it's like, no, it was a person in there. It's like, oh shit, I wouldn't do it. I just I do it with an RC vehicle, but I wouldn't do it with a real one.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Like Pikes Peak. When you do that Pikes Peak run?
Maybe if I had a remote control dummy in there driving it for me, I'd do it that way.
Yeah. Maybe get Art to do it.
There we go. Yeah, he's a dummy. Yeah, we could get him to do it.
Oh, you gonna let him talk to you like that, Art, yo?
I went over and met up with Mel earlier this week, and there was a little person in the bathrooms, and he was
in the bathroom.
Yeah, well, Mel said you should have gone to the bathroom with me. I said, no, I don't think so. He said, no. There was a guy in there shorter than Art, and I said, really?
Say Warren.
So, anyways, pretty soon I look over there and over by the fountain machine was this little guy, and all I could think of was
Little hands trying to reach up, fill up his drink.
Yeah, he's trying to fill up his drink, and everything. I send, and of course, he was a Mexican. I send the picture to Art. First thing he writes back is, "Oh, he's a weenie beaner." But, oh my God, Art. But he was under 4 foot.
Under 4 foot, what?
Oh yeah, he was under 4
He
foot.
said weenie beaner or teeny beaner?
No, he said weenie beaner.
Oh,
Weenie bean.
Was
he
sounds worse. For
smaller than Brad Williams?
He was about the same height with well, except for his head. His head was normal size, whereas Brad got a giant watermelon for a head. But yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, he was perfectly proportioned and his, but he was.
So what's so special about being a weenie beater?
Well, because he was Mexican. I told Art, I said, this guy's a little Mexican. He goes, oh, he's a weenie beaner.
Yeah, weenie beaner.
He was a weenie beaner.
Mm-hmm.
A racist would say.
Yeah, several times, apparently.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
Now, my son from my first marriage is Mexican. And I was telling him this. And he says, yeah. He says, well, my kids from his kids, my grandkids, from his second marriage,
We're canceled.
They're part German and they're part Mexican, and he calls his kids his Wiener Schnitzels.
See you, Warren.
Oh, Wiener Schnitzels. Yeah, nice.
All my little Wiener Schnitzels. He's got like 8 of them.
So anyway, so now that we're canceled,
about that.
Thanks for stopping by and ending my channel.
Hi, Warren.
Thanks for coming by and for the last show.
His doggy has to go get a pile of chocolate pudding, apparently. So, yeah.
My apologies.
Well,
the weenie beaners out
this
there.
opens up my Saturday nights now. No.
Yeah, that's cool.
Well, yeah.
I take a positive.
Oh,
I stand corrected, by the way. I just saw a video of the Red Bull stunt plane doing a front flip, so I stand corrected.
How about that?
It's been done. But he did like 2 of them, not like 20 of them in a row like that. But still.
That's the one. Is that the link you sent me, Alexis?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll show it to
Oh,
show it to the world.
Good.
Yeah.
So I stand corrected.
Get me off the. Do I need to leave, Bill? Have I offended that many people already?
I don't believe so. No. I should probably play the video. Do we want? Should I play the? Is there bad music in here?
I don't think so. I think it's just.
It doesn't matter. What's the difference? I'm probably gonna get hit for it. Music. Okay, this is from Air Show Stuff. I guess Red Bull does give you wings.
Yeah.
How precise those snaps are. Look at that. Oh,
They call that roll. There you go.
No, when I'm wrong. I fully admit it. I've never seen it before, but hey,
Yeah.
that doesn't mean it doesn't exist, so my mistake.
it's funny if it lands and the guy picks it up and puts it in his truck. It was an RC plane the whole time. This guy's badass. Holy crap.
Is that the same plane that flew through the tunnel?
I can't hear you. I'm gonna turn this sound down. We don't need to hear that anyway. What were you
Is that
saying?
the same plane that flew through the tunnel?
Yes. The Red Bull stunt plane?
Yeah.
One of them, the Red Bull stunt planes did it. I don't know how many they have, so I can't, be certain it's that one. But
Those snap rolls are so precise. That doesn't seem real. Look at that. Oh, amazing.
I could see him doing an outside loop. In other words, a forward loop.
Hmm.
Didn't he do the front flips? Did he do the front flips for you? I wasn't watching the video. I'm over here seasoning a steak.
I don't know, it seems like you've done pretty much everything you can do with this goddamn thing. Yeah.
It's pretty crazy. Like I said, I caught one video where he's doing like 3 front flips in a row. So I got to say,
They got to work in that motor, man. He's burning oil like a son of a bitch.
Yeah. Now he was going up though, Lloyd and Alexis. I'm wondering if that helps him though, because he was like going up and then doing the flips. So I wonder if that.
Yeah, he gets up to like a stall speed, where it can hang in the air.
So I wonder if it's impossible for him to do it laterally. You know what I mean? So maybe I might be redeemed slightly. It might be difficult to do that kind of trick running, vertically, so to speak, or horizontally rather.
There you go.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
You realize how good
Did he land on the hill?
Keep their orientation to do that?
According to Randy, a couple of things here. That thing on the wingtip is how they get those precise snaps. He explains that. And then he says, yes, he did do the front flip. Yes, he did. The front flip. The plane is Aussie built Extra 330 XL I was talking about. Okay.
Thank you, Randy.
And that plane is 90% carbon fiber.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, so it's fiber.
Carbon fiber.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. And 15% vomit on the inside.
Is
and urine
heavier than aluminum?
It'd be 15% urine if I was in there.
Yeah.
That's the reason he wears brown pants.
Speaking of which, I'll be right back.
Yeah. Oh yeah. What I miss? Just kidding.
I don't know who sent me this. It was a joke or a story or whatever, and it's about this general. And every time they'd go on an attack, he'd be up front leading the guys, and he always wore a red shirt. And they'd get in there, there'd be people wounded, bullets flying, and he just keeps going. And then they'd win the battle. Come back, and the next time there he'd be with the red shirt again, and this time there was even more of the enemy attacking, And finally, one of the captains had, why is it, General, that you always wear a red shirt? He says, well, if I'm leading and I get wounded, the men, they can't see the blood, so they won't be demoralized. He says, they won't see that I've been wounded. They'll just blend in with my red shirt. Oh, that's a good point. He says, well, we just heard that there's 350 Panzer tanks headed towards us right now, and there's only 20 of us. And the general says, where's my brown pants?
Yeah. Did he do any of those cartwheels? Did I miss it? Did he do cartwheels? Because that was one of the tricks I don't think a regular plane could do.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like a cartwheel, like, you know what I'm saying? Like a
forward. Yeah, he did.
No, not front flip, a cartwheel, like,
I don't.
Like this.
Oh, yes, he did do one.
No, a cartwheel.
Yeah, he did. That's right. He did. So.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, has anybody been talking about the fact that the president signed that the drone thing, and he did not ban Chinese drones? All this doom and gloom and blah blah blah, and I guess the hobby is, I won't name names. Well, finally the death of our hobby, and you voted for him. Now next time pay attention. I heard one guy in one channel said that. You voted for him. Next time, educate yourselves before you vote. And that person's allegedly a Republican, by the way. It's like, you guys just assume the worst.
Yeah.
All the time. It's big business. This guy's a businessman. If there's any way to save it, if they put, now they have the opportunity to prove that they're not a threat to national security.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's about time. Instead of all this hearsay, all this, casting dispersions, and
Yeah.
I mean, this is the opportunity to show, hey, look, I
Well,
told you the whole time we've been defending ourselves. Now you just proved it to yourself. We just want to do business and sell drones.
Yep.
And once that happens, we can leave them the f alone.
Yeah.
They won't. There'll be all kinds of shit in place in the future that will ensure that that policy doesn't change. And it's all
but
good.
it's all
That's stealing data. I guess they should do the same thing with cell phones. Everybody knows that. But
oh yeah.
Right, and Wi-Fi routers. But here's
Yeah.
the bottom line: he's encouraging American business, and I appreciate that. What
Yeah.
I've said many times, and people keep repeating this dumbass shit. We are not DJI's largest market, and not anymore. Even if we ever were, we're not now, because the U.S. government used to buy thousands of DJI drones, and all the different LEOs and the different police
not the
departments,
cheap
and
ones
fire
either.
departments, and fire departments and whatnot used to buy DJI drones and all
Right.
that, and now they're no longer allowed to. So we're nowhere near DJI's largest market, and quite frankly, DJI could drop us, and they wouldn't close down, and not a single person would probably get laid off. You know what I mean?
Anyway, and that's the
it's
market
ridiculous.
that they want, because those are the higher profit drones. They don't have to
Right.
sell $10,300 drones to make the same. They probably sell 10,000 of these and make as much or more money.
Yeah, yeah.
With less overhead and everything else. Yeah. So you're right.
Right.
You're
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
100%. But they still wouldn't give up a commercial market like ours as long as it stays profitable. You may as well keep that. That keeps the cash flow going.
Right, but we're not their most important market like everybody seems to think.
Right.
And Trump's right in his executive order that, because people are always constantly saying, "Oh, DJI delayed the release of this drone because of tariffs," or "DJI released delayed the release of this and that because of Trump, ate a Big Mac for lunch or something." And it's like, no, I don't think so, son. They sell millions of these goddamn drones all over the world. They're not going to delay their release over what Trump is doing or Joe Blow is doing or whoever. Or that bitch Stephanie or whoever.
It's possible they were just delaying it temporarily to see where the tariffs dropped and where everything dropped and everything.
Nope.
No.
No, jackasses are paying $6,000 right now for the Mavic 4 Pro. They cost $3,500 for the biggest kit everywhere else in the world.
Is DJI
USD?
Is DJI seeing that money?
No, that's not my point. DJI's seeing the money they expect to see. Let's say they see the 3,500. I don't know what these people are paying.
Why hasn't DJI released it in the United States?
Because they're so difficult to get in the country. That's the problem. It has zip to do with tariffs. They don't give a fuck what we pay for a drone. If we have a 2,000% tariff and the Mini 4 Pro costs $3,000, so what does DJI care? They'll still put it up for sale. If you want to buy it, great.
It costs money to fill up the warehouses, and people aren't, and the vendors here aren't, or even online aren't going to necessarily even try to sell them if they're priced out of the market. I mean, I know you're exaggerating, but when you said 6,000, and I get that.
No, people are paying $6,000 for the Mavic 4 Pro, literally. $5,000 and $6,000 for the Mavic 4 Pro right now in the United States.
Well, that's happening. But I don't think that has anything to do with DJI holding the drone back.
That's not my point. I'll finish the sentence. At one of these times, I'm going to finish the sentence.
What's your point?
DJI, the Adorama, Camrise, and all those guys are charging people over $5,000 for a $3,500 drone,
right?
And people are paying it.
Right.
So my point is, if DJI released that drone in the U.S. and there was a 145% tariff, it would still be less than $5,000, and people would just pay it. That's my point. If people
and they would, but what percentage more would have bought it if it was at $3,500? You're still losing a part of your market. There are people that can spend $3,500 but can't spend $6,000. The ones that are spending $6,000 are professionals or severe enthusiasts that have that kind of money. I don't have that kind of money. There's an outside chance. I mean, I do, but I mean, I wouldn't spend that kind of money. But there's an outside chance I might do the $3,500. But that's a big difference, man. It's almost twice. That's crazy. So you're cutting out a portion of your market, and it has to be worth it to them to actually ship them here. Or I mean, you're saying what do they care? They're not shipping them out of a garage in Shenzhen. I mean, they're filling how they're.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? So the price does affect sales. I mean, I don't.
I didn't say it doesn't affect it. What I'm saying is DJI was selling the Air 3S straight out of China. DJI sold the Mavic 3 straight out of China when it first came out. They don't have to have them in warehouses in the United States to sell them.
Yeah, when it first comes out, and then they run out, and then there's this long period of time. I mean, that's never good. I mean,
the Air 3S right now is sold directly out of China if you buy it from DJI. It comes straight from China.
Yeah.
Period. Mine came straight from China.
Yeah. But they sell them until they run out, and then all of a sudden you've got a delay in them because now they're having to manufacture more because all the first ones sold out, and like with the Air 3S and stuff. So I'm just saying now, they've caught up, but when that's a new.
So when you send one in for Carafresh, it goes all the way back to China for Carafresh?
I don't know where.
No, hopefully not.
No, I mean, and
I'll be honest with you, it's possible that would be the case.
Well, hopefully not is a good point. But I mean, obviously there has to be some product in the country, and because some of these drones, they're just, as you know, they're just sending you back another one. You're not getting your drone back, So they'd have to. I mean, there is some cost involved. But
that's the reason they're delaying the Mavic 4 Pro.
It'll be here. It'll be here.
That's the reason they're delaying the Mavic.
Speaking of which, any word from your drone from South Korea?
Yes.
No, and they just now started selling them again. So I'm assuming that they think they're getting some in. So I should be looking at it pretty soon. They gave themselves a huge window. They don't have to have it to me till July 2nd, based on when I bought it. So quite frankly, I can't be mad. They told me it could be up till July 2nd for me to get it. Mm-hmm. I just got antsy because they said they had it in stock. So I just assumed that they were going to throw it the damn thing in the post, the next day or two after I paid for it. So,
I know there's a percentage of our market that are hobbyists that just like to have the latest and the greatest, whether they need it or not. And to me, to spend $6 for that's now you're really reaching. It just that's now you're getting into commercial drone area. You can actually
did it.
You can actually buy an American.
Eddie ran to go get one. These guys with 5,000 and 6,000 subs and shit are out buying them.
Yeah, well,
because they want it. I have 100 subs. And I bought it, so I got no room to talk.
Have it, Randy.
Yeah, Yeah, I know, but you don't have 3 kids and a family, and whatever. You know what I'm saying? You can spend your money any way you want to. Most people aren't in that Most people aren't in that position like you.
Yeah, and what Randy's saying is true. They also could ship you a replacement from Canada if they wanted to.
Because that's where Captain Joe got it from.
Right,
Canada.
Yeah. So, but they don't have any in the States right now. Mavic 4 Pros, to my knowledge, DJI doesn't have any replacements in the States. They don't have any for sale here in the country. And that's why it's being delayed. It's got nothing to do with
even parts. Getting parts over to here in case they were going to try to repair them in the country. To cure some of the logistics of sending it all the way to China.
Right. And Randy, I hear what you're saying. What I'm not saying they don't care. I'm not saying that. I'm saying the company's not going to fold. People talk as if America bans DJI drones, DJI is going to pack their fucking bags and close the factory.
Oh, absolutely not.
Absolutely not. That's the same thing people said about Huawei too. Huawei was just going to close the factory. Once they were banned in the U.S., it was a wrap.
One of the largest electronics manufacturers in the world is going now.
Fold it up. Yeah, we're going to fold it up. It's ridiculous. We got our heads are way too fucking big sometimes, is what I'm saying.
Well, we are.
We walk around like
we're still a huge market, no matter what. Yep.
Of course we are.
Yeah,
but there's not a billion other people
about China. I'm sorry. What?
No, I'm just saying. But there's still 7 or 8 billion more people on the planet.
Right.
That don't live in the U.S.
Yeah. Well, how many of them have money? But
lots of them do. Come on.
Nah, not 7 billion. Maybe 3 billion, 2 billion, 1 billion. Even.
Okay, that's a lot of market, brother.
Yeah, I know it is. I didn't say it wasn't. It's not 7 billion.
Yeah, I know.
But no, I didn't say it wasn't. God, I was going to say. See, I was going to say something pithy, and now I lost it because I was being polite.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I interrupt people because if I don't, I'll forget what I was talking about.
Yeah, you just pissed in your pants.
Pithy in my panties.
Pithy.
Oh shit, it was good too. Oh well, maybe it'll come to
Oh,
me
I'm so
later.
sorry, Bill.
Maybe it'll come to me later. No, don't be sorry. I was talking over you, and I realized
You
that
can cut me off if you want to.
and I shut up, and then it went away, and that's what happens.
Well,
Lloyd knows what I'm talking about.
mm-hmm.
No, I do too. That's what happens to me. That's why sometimes I get antsy and cut people off, and I don't mean to. But if I don't quick say it, I'll probably forget it.
We got to start taking notes on our own thoughts. You don't have a little pad.
I know, right?
There you go, yeah.
Did you know that,
Sure. Oh, sorry, guys.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to sit here and think hard.
No, I tell you what, you can say whatever you want to about me, but I think I make an effort to bring everybody in. Like when Mark's in the stream, I'm always like, what'd you say, Mark? Hey, everybody, Mark wants to say something. I do that all the time. I try to bring people in. So fuck
You're the
guys.
best, Lon.
Where is Mark?
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, I'm not.
Thank you for bringing us in. You're the best.
No, I think it's why have them on. No offense, but why have people on the panel if you're not going to let them talk?
Well, nobody's telling Dominic to sit there and fall asleep.
Yeah, I'm falling asleep now.
I drag Dominic in all the time.
Well, just cut him
on. I'm being bombarded by messages.
I'm sorry,
I drag Dominic in all the time. Talk
Come
about
on,
football.
Dominic.
You can bring him right back because this dude right here, you talk about football, he'll talk your ear off about football.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would actually.
I mean,
Australia.
yeah, he would.
Yeah.
All of it,
you
dude.
know-
He knows our stats than what we do.
Yeah.
Well, I'm more slanted to the Australian football because that's one thing that I'm pretty hardcore at, and I have been hardcore at for about.
Well, you
50
would
years.
certainly know a shit ton more about it than we would.
Yeah, I do know a little bit about other country sports, but my football is one thing I'm very hardcore at.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, Dominic, did you know that Australia actually has more millionaires than the United States?
Oh, wow.
Switzerland
Drop it
has
down.
most
Oh,
millionaires. Then
Yeah.
Australia, they're the second, and then we're the third.
It may be as
Per
a
capita?
percentage. Maybe
Per
as a
capita?
percentage. Yeah, it's got to be a percentage per
It
capita.
has to
Right.
be a
Per
percentage
capita.
of it,
It can't be numbers wise. That's not possible.
No way.
because
We only have like 24 million people there.
we just
Yeah,
I think we
Australia.
just cracked 27.
Oh, 27. Ooh, you're getting there.
Oh, wow.
They got one per million or something.
It's about 1 to 12.
That's 5 more million than the state of Florida.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
it's the
saying?
size of Florida.
Come on. Huh?
The trouble is,
Yeah, California has more
86%
people.
of the area of Australia is uninhabitable.
We'll fix
Why is
that.
that?
Put your brain power to work. You know.
Yeah.
We're,
Yeah.
we're what,
Irrigate something.
10% the size
Listen.
of the lower 48, not including Alaska in that.
Come on, Donald Trump would make it a big, beautiful outback.
Oh, well, yeah, I'd be happy to be the 51st state, I tell you.
Put a big Trump sign on the rock right on top.
Yeah, we know that,
Yeah.
Randy's right, even though he can't spell United. United States has the most millionaires. Spell millionaires, right? Look at that. That's harder than United. Come on. They may have more money per capita, but we have the most. There you go.
Yeah.
I don't know. We only have more than India,
Right, yeah.
even?
Yeah.
Hmm?
You're right.
Oh,
That
no.
was the capital size.
Per capita, yeah.
But
Per
the United
capita.
States has 21 million. Mainland China is second with 6 million millionaires. The UK has 3. France and Japan both at 2.8, and Germany and
Yeah, again, this is per capita, right?
Mm-hmm.
no, this is actually
Oh, actual numbers? Okay.
number of millionaires. Yeah,
How about billionaires?
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I plan on being in that club if you count
When
your
it- when it's
401k.
when it's by per capita, Switzerland actually has 15.7%,
Right.
and Australia, let's I'll show you. The hell did I see that?
Yeah, I didn't even hear your numbers. I
Ah.
just looked it up. You said the United States is over 21 million,
Yeah,
and China
Millionaires.
is in second place with 6 million.
right.
Yeah.
And
I'll be in there next year, year after that, I hope.
It's impressive that the United Kingdom is third with 3 million.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
That probably counts. Probably counts the royal family.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
all
it's
like
not that
nine of
hard
them.
to be a millionaire.
I don't think that affects the numbers all that much.
I don't think it's that big of a deal to be a millionaire necessarily
Not anymore.
anymore.
Let's go up.
No.
Let's go up one level.
All right.
Now, billionaires, that's another thing. Millionaires isn't that big of a deal. If you make $150,000 a year,
and you
because they normally
you live frugally.
Sorry.
No,
Yeah,
you're right.
they normally include all your assets in that.
Right, of course they do.
So if you make $150,000 a year and you got a $500,000 house and you got a $500,000 401k, boom, you're a millionaire, right?
Technically, my dad, he's a millionaire. That's not even technical. I mean, you include the house, include the stocks that he inherited, all his accounts that he's put away over the years. It's just barely, but he's worth over $1 million.
Marcus Crawford is a millionaire, for example.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, who's going to be the first trillion?
Okay, number one in billionaires, United States. Surprise, surprise, 902. China is second place, 516. India is third with 205, and Germany is fourth with 171.
Don't mention.
Wow. Well, there you have it.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. There's 5 more rows. Let me click the link here. And I went to, and fifth is Russia with 140.
The oligarchs.
The oligarchs. That's right.
Yep.
Oligarchs.
Oligarchs. Canada is sixth with 76. Second to the United States.
Maple syrup barons.
Yeah. Seventh is Italy with 74. Eighth is Brazil with 56. And ninth is the UK with 56. Again, considering the size of some of these countries, those are impressive numbers, I think.
I've just looked it up. There are 161 in Australia.
What?
Billionaires?
Yep.
You're not even on this list.
How'd they get slighted?
Because
they're not using Australian dollars.
Yeah, right, exactly. Australian dollars. Yeah. 175 bucks.
Oh, that's so mean.
So technically they're half a billionaires.
Yeah, this is based. I think this is based in dollars. This thing. United States dollars.
What about the Philippines, Bill? Are there any billionaires in the Philippines?
I imagine
There's
there's only
probably
this
way
list,
down there.
this list only has 9. Oh, there's probably 2.
Well, the richest person in Australia is Gina Reinhardt. And that's 38 billion Australian.
That's impressive.
Oh, Australian though. What is that in US dollars? Like 20?
Probably about 20.
Yeah, about 20. I'm not even trying to be mean. I mean, for real. It's like 20 or so.
I'll look it up for you.
25? Yeah, I think it's 20, 25, something like that.
Yeah, you're trying to be mean. Don't even lie.
No, I wasn't. No. There's conversion rates. Compare our dollar to like the pound right now. They could be laughing at us. You know.
Oh, I got the full list now. Ooh. All right.
Ooh.
Yeah, 25 billion.
Okay, 25. I was pretty close.
Yeah.
Let me see. There's too many names here. Let me see.
Reinhardt's 25 billion. Andrew Forrest is 21 billion. Harry Triguboff.
Potter. Oh.
Yeah, Triguboff. Okay.
Huff and Puff.
Some sort of weird sex act, but anyways. 17.2 billion. Scott Peroker. Mike Cannon Brooks.
Yeah, don't talk to me about Mike Cannon Brooks. We'll leave him off that list.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, bastard.
Pratt. That guy sounds like a real Pratt.
Richard Pratt. That's his son. He's the son of Richard Pratt, and he was Richard Pratt was actually one of the Australia's highest. He's in recycling.
Good night, cool cat.
busy is recycling and cardboard manufacturing.
Yeah. And
Australia,
Right, Mr. Kitty.
according to this, Australia has 47 billionaires as of 2025.
Oh, okay.
Cool
and
beans.
and their per capita actually fell below the United States. They're this year, or maybe last year. I don't know
As
where
I said,
Lloyd
I could name the first 5.
15. They're
Lloyd said.
15th per capita, and the United States is 11th per capita.
oh, on billionaires.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
billionaires. Oh, yeah.
yeah. There's
I-
902 in the United States, like I said earlier. Actually, China's dropped. According to this, as of 2025, they have 400. Oh no, that's not dropped. It went up 450. Still half of what we got. India's 205. Germany's 171. Russia's 140. Canada is 76. That didn't change. Italy's 74. Hong Kong 66. Hong Kong. Look at the size of Hong Kong.
Wait a minute. Why isn't Hong Kong part of China? That's not fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because China re-annexed Hong Kong, so their numbers should be included in China.
Well, then they have 516. Still like half.
And Taiwan too. I'm just kidding.
No, not yet. Taiwan is
Want to start
11.
an international incident there.
They are
I
11.
know, right?
Taiwan's 11th with 54.
Yeah, the guy that owns was it TMC or is it TMC? Dominic, was it the chip company?
I think it is.
TMI, TMC,
yeah.
or
Yeah.
TMC, yeah.
Here's why this is all
MSI.
bullshit. Monaco is first per capita. You know how many they have?
Because there's 10 people.
Yeah,
there's 10 people live in Monaco.
They have 2 billionaires, and they're 1 per capita, and that's 1 less than last year. They lost 1. So,
Oh, no.
yeah.
Well,
I
they're an
just
wonder what
actual
happened.
postage stamp.
Philippines has 16 billionaires.
Well, this says it's 15 now. 2025
Oh.
it's 15. 2024 was 16. This is a pretty good chart. This is on Wikipedia.
That's pretty good.
Yep.
You think you could buy the Philippines for $1 billion?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could buy the whole damn island, just about. You'd think.
I offered them 2.5 billion, and they wouldn't take it. They have to have at least
Oh yeah.
3.5 billion. Yeah. So
Nah, they got some
We
pretty
need to buy Greenland.
major
Get back to that
I was
Greenland
gonna buy-
talk.
Yeah,
I was gonna
let's buy Greenland.
ban- I was going to buy the Philippines, and I was going to ban art from the Philippines unless he quit talking about it. If he quit talking about it, I'd let him in. You
Yeah.
You're so mean.
Mhm.
know, I know. I'm an ass.
You big meanie head.
Asshole. Why do you think I'm called Grumpy?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's true.
You know, in
I thought it was like
recent-
a bald guy being called Curly. I thought you were just so jovial. Everyone calls you Grumpy. You know.
Well, you know, in some ways, I guess that's probably true. I don't know. Bill's met me. He can decide whether it's true or not. Yeah.
Mm.
Panama doesn't
Jackass vlogger.
have, Panama doesn't have any billionaires.
That's it.
Aww.
Neither
That's
does
so sad.
neither does Bangladesh. Can you imagine?
What?
Yeah.
Stop it.
They had
No.
one. They had one last year.
What? He moves
happened?
because it's Bangladesh. He finally got enough money up. We got enough money together to get the fuck out of there.
Yeah. He shut down his call center and moved it to India.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Moved
Yeah,
it back
yeah,
to
the call
India, I
center.
should say.
And Uruguay doesn't have one. How about that? They had two,
Uruguay?
they had two
No
last
way.
way. They had two, they got kidnapped though. There was 2 last year.
There, they moved the fuck on out of there.
You know, Albania,
probably got
Albania
smart.
has 1.
Woohoo!
Yeah,
He's probably the president. The way Albania rolls, he's probably the president of the country.
You know, a whole bunch of them have just 1. I mean, that he's got to just walk around with a big set of nuts on him. You know what I mean? The one guy. Portugal only has 1.
Yeah.
That's surprising. Venezuela only.
That
has
is
1.
weird. They got so much old money, but they, obviously they fell apart.
Even Iceland has 1.
Wow, it's probably Bjork.
And yes, this is a real country.
Okay, nobody got that. Fuck you guys, man.
I didn't hear it.
It's probably Bjork.
Yeah.
Yuck, 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 yuck.
I laughed, Lon. I
Thank you,
I
Lloyd.
understood that one.
Yeah, thank you.
And Liechtenstein is a real country,
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
and they are second per capita with 1 billionaire.
Yeah, well, they're another postage stamp country.
I think it was
Good night, Mr. Kitty.
They did a movie
Mr.
about I think it's called The Mouse That Roared.
Yes, that's right.
Oh yeah.
With Peter Sellers.
That was it.
Sellers,
Yeah, I couldn't think of it was.
Yeah. I remember that movie.
You want to hear
Yep.
something interesting? Saudi Arabia only has 15.
Yeah, that's
Really?
amazing.
Isn't it?
And they're all related.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're probably Saudis.
Yeah.
No, that's true.
Mhm.
Ah,
You know, Saudi Arabia has a Jollibee there. Several.
Do it.
Saudi Arabia has several Jollibees.
Oh, great.
Hmm.
God, just
Yeah, I think
these countries that are busting our balls. It's just amazing when you consider the difference in money. You
Yeah.
know, Egypt 5. You know, it's whatever. I'm sorry. It's just amazing.
Hmm.
Iceland. Where's the? Oh, what the F country is it? The one, Kuwait. Where's Kuwait on this list?
Hmm.
Or United Arab Emirates actually is 41st per capita with 6. I thought they had all kinds of money coming out of their ass.
only a few people there have a bunch of money coming out of their ass.
But there's countries that they're not cost of living. They're yeah that too. But their quality of living, whatever. What is that called? There's actually
Index,
yeah quality
quality of life
Happiness?
index, or whatever.
Yeah, they have like the they have everything. Like there's no poor people. There's no poverty there. You know, it's a couple of them like that over there. And I thought Kuwait was one of them. I thought United Arab Emirates was another one. You know, because of the oil. You know, because the oil's soaked.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find Kuwait's not on the list. Did you tell you're telling me?
Now Dubai is in the Emirates, right?
Hmm.
Isn't it like the capital?
Kuwait's not even on the list. Come on, am I spelling it wrong?
Kuwait.
No, I get to you and it's not on the page. That's
Wow.
interesting. Yeah, I guess they all left.
They probably left when Hussein invaded
Yeah.
and just never came back.
Yeah.
Richest list cities by billionaires. New York, 129, number 1. London is second with 97. Shanghai is third with 92. Beijing is fourth with 91. This is interesting stuff. Mumbai is fifth with 90 in India. Shenzhen, China has 85. Yeah, there's a reason for it. In China, they're all in that same region. You know, all in that same southeast region. Hangzhou is 15th. I mean, a lot of these are Chinese cities. Guangzhou, however you say it.
Is that near
What about
Hangzhou?
Shenzhen?
But they're down 15th, 16th. It's interesting stuff. Yeah. Palm Beach is 22nd with 28.
Yay.
Hey.
There you go.
28 billionaires in Palm Beach. They're probably counting the president.
Yep.
Yeah, when I come down there, I made an appointment to meet up with him, and I just never got around to it.
Yeah.
He said he'd be home.
Oh, weren't you the guy behind the fence with the?
No, that was somebody else. That wasn't me. No.
Isn't that funny? The second
Look at that.
city, the second United States city for billionaires is San Francisco with 55. I just find that hard to believe. Yeah, hard to believe. Wow. Los Angeles is 18 is the third one with 33. You know, but I mean, San Francisco, you got to step over piles of human feces all over the place, and it's they
Yeah,
got
they sure
55
changed.
billionaires living there.
Are they still using the same old advertisement? The San Francisco treat? 'Cause
Yeah.
the treat's changed.
Dallas Texas has 2 less billionaires than Palm Beach, Florida. Okay, I'm off of this now. And Israel has 21. They're 30th on the list. A little political.
Nice.
Throw that in there.
Don't start yelling hard.
So we've been all over the place.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Did I tell you my T-shirt's 18 years old? Yeah, I did.
Yeah. It's old enough to drink. No, vote. Yeah.
I,
It's old enough to drink in Australia.
I'm not hearing anything on your mic, Lon. Or is he on the phone?
Oh,
Yeah,
Sorry, I was
you
eating,
seem
so I'm
good.
muted.
Oh,
Yeah.
eating? Okay.
Your teacher's old enough to fuck. There you go.
what?
Because it's 18.
Oh, my T-shirt. I thought you said teacher.
Your t-shirt.
My
No,
teacher.
your t-shirt. Your t-shirt.
How fast I lose track of the conversation? That was my teacher.
Yeah. Hot for teacher.
Let's hope.
Yep.
But yeah. No, I know. It's old enough. It's old enough to vote.
Yep.
At one time, it was old enough to be drafted.
Smoke cigarettes.
Yep.
Yep.
Old enough to vape.
No, you gotta be. I think you gotta be 21 now.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Well, it's a tobacco. It's a nicotine product. Same as cigarettes.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I was talking to somebody the other day, and she said she remembered going up and picking up. Her mom would send her to the store to go buy, give her 25 cents to go buy a pack of cigarettes.
Yeah. Yep.
She
I
was-
remember the cigarette machines. Remember those?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we had one in Stick
And
the last time you were there.
Yeah, there's one.
There was a cigarette machine in Sticks when you were there.
Oh,
Did they take it out finally?
Yeah, right by the front door when you first come in.
yeah, where you put a $20 bill in and you pull the lever. And
It's in a bar and minors aren't allowed in there. So I mean, but that is funny that these things be out in public and anybody can grab a pack of smokes back in the day. It's gone now. The Rhonda, the bartender, she started a little business and we took out the cigarette guy, and she's got a vape dispenser.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's
and
cool.
she's branching out because she's all these different vapes and like that, and she started
That's
putting
a
in.
smoking business.
She's got this packet that has Tic Tacs and what do you call it for your lips in it? You know what I mean? Because you're out at the bar for the breath. Yep. Take them for the ride home in case you get pulled over. Doesn't work, but you can try. That looks beefy. It's not rare though. Could be my color. Nah. Well, let me switch it over to the other screen.
It
No.
looks medium to me. Medium
Yeah.
rare.
Yeah.
No, medium to medium well, actually.
Yeah.
It should be red. It's pink.
Yeah.
A lawn, but it looks medium to me.
Yeah.
That's the way I order my steaks.
I
Usually.
would need a medium steak. I'll be right back.
No, it's got to be rare.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh, look at that.
look at that.
Seashell.
Oh,
Yay.
Starkist. Oh, gotta feed the kitties.
Yeah.
Kitties out of a seashell. Yeah.
Yep. And do they turn their nose up at it if they don't like it?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I got the same problem.
Oh, yeah.
You'll put the food down and one of them looks at it and then just walks off.
Yeah. My sister has 2 cats and she rotates them. It'll be dry food one day, wet food the next day.
I do it differently sometimes in the afternoon because I'll get a breakfast
looks
and
a
I'll get a
little-
dinner.
That looks a little
And
more.
I occasionally get a bit of wet
Yeah.
food.
That looks rare.
Oh, there you go.
You guys are nuts. This is what's coming off my steak right now.
Okay. Well, that other one looked medium.
Yep. Do you,
Maybe it's the color.
Dominic?
I
you give
rested
your
it though.
cat-
I rest my steaks though.
Right.
What was
I
that?
let them rest.
Do you give your cats treats?
Yeah.
My sister has like a Weebles wobble, but they don't fall. And she puts little treats in them. And they knock them over and they shake out and they.
No, we haven't done that.
She calls them Scooby snacks. Little Scooby snacks.
We have what would it's sort of like a cat food paste. They're in the little tubes.
Yeah. Oh. Okay.
That's our treats.
Yeah, I think my sister gives her cats that. Yeah.
Randy. I just reading the chat what Randy's saying.
Mm.
Hey,
And
TJ,
TJ.
welcome.
her cat Bosco will be 15 in September.
Yeah, I've had a 21-year-old cat, and I've had a 19-year-old cat.
Wow. That's a long time to have it.
Did Randy look this up or something?
We had a 15 and a 16 as well.
About the size of Cambodian peni?
Well, up earlier he says we have the most millionaires and billionaires. When it comes to penis size, we rank we rank the wank.
You wank.
That's according to
Where do we wank, Lloyd?
What happens when I forget to put my parcels in? We rank 59th. Ecuador is first with the average size of 6.93. U.S. is 5.53.
I feel so much better about myself right now. Are these erect?
So that's where we wink at.
Is that erect or flaccid?
Yeah.
You see what happens. You let all those Irish guys in the country. Just brings the average down.
And Randy says he did look it up.
Did he? Yeah, but 4 inches, 3.95. You might as well say 4. 4 inches looks huge on those little guys. You know. Yeah. Certainly serviceable.
First, I thought he said Singapore. I was going, yeah, because that's where all the guys go to get the little boys.
Yeah, but where do they get these measurements from? Are they fluffing them first to get the actual? I mean, where'd they get this information from?
You know, was it during old or?
Right. Was it? That can't be flaccid length. I mean,
were they watching The View?
Yeah.
You know, I look. You got to give those actors props because they just had Rosie O'Donnell in bed they just brought that stupid show back. Sex and the City. I'm sorry. You said The View. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I kind of conflated the two because Rosie's been in both. Yeah, she was just in the remake of Sex and the City, and she's playing a nun who has a sexual encounter with another woman, and it's her first time.
Well, we know that's a lie.
I believe that.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I didn't make this up. I saw the outtake from it. They were like laughing at it. It's like, ew. So they came back from Ireland to film this. Yeah.
And we gave her a passport to let her back in. That's
No, she's not a terrorist. She's just terrible. There's a difference between terrorist and terrible. Ugh.
I'd rather be terrible.
Nobody's watching that series.
Me.
The comeback of that series. They say it's terrible. It's just awful.
Yeah. Frasier
What a
got
surprise.
canceled.
What?
Yeah. Oh, the new Frasier did it.
Yep.
I liked it.
Yeah, I liked it too.
He was a little over the top, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He was a little overly Frasier, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Because the old Frasier was a little more believable as a human being. This one is
Right.
he's a dumbass a lot of times. I mean, don't get me wrong, still a nice guy in the show.
That's because he's clean and sober now. Before he was stoned when he was doing the other show.
So he did it better then because he was messed up. Got it.
Well, it slowed him down, and he kind of had to think about what he said because all that cocaine he was using back then.
He had the money.
Yeah, he did.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe another network will pick it up.
Yeah.
I don't know what this means, but if I watch the Rocky movie, I don't get an erection.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not for not for Adrian, that's for sure. Ugh.
Yeah.
Yo, Adrian.
Yeah.
Well, he was saying he couldn't imagine any man who would not be that would be measured without can't imagine a man be measured without proper preparation.
Should I have another drink?
Yeah.
Why not?
I think I shall.
I think you should have about 4 more.
No,
Yeah.
no. I intentionally did not go to the liquor store, and I have enough for probably another one of these left. That's it. I still got that blackberry whiskey, which I just don't like it.
Huh?
You know.
Well,
You know,
what
I'm only
whiskey?
drinking because I'm trying to exercise the muscle region down there. You know,
Oh.
post operative. You know, in
Of
fact,
course.
in fact, I am wearing protection. It's absolutely dry. I've been sitting here drinking,
Huh?
and I
You
left
got-
the camera.
You're
I
wearing a
went over
cup.
there, and I had myself a nice wee wee, and I'm still dry. So that was so normal.
Try down there.
You guys take that shit for granted. But I actually, that's what took me so long to come back. I had to go into the room over there. Honey, I went pee pee. I'll be right back. I did that. You know, I get excited about stuff like that. I'd like
Yeah, I did boo boo.
I'd like to be back to normal. You know, it'd be nice.
Is that my boy? Is that my boy? There you go, Peter. Is that my boy? Is that my Billy Willie? Yes, there is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Come here.
That's my boy.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Grandma, Billy went wee wee. Yes, he did. Oh my God.
Your life changes.
I imagine. I'm
One
not
of our-
looking forward to it.
One of the coach's husbands, and a guy I know, I've known him for years. In fact, he's the one that gave me that little laptop thingy. He's not doing well, and they actually have him in diapers now. It had nothing to do with this. He didn't have that. But I was giving his wife diaper advice. Just the fact that I have that knowledge in my head. That's, you got the type. She goes, well, I have a hard time. He's having a hard time. He can't get them on. I said, well, have you looked into the ones that open at the sides? You know, like the child type style diapers. They have those for adults, and they supposedly hold better. And I'm explaining all this to him. Sir, why do I have that knowledge in my head? Because it's just funny when you look at yourself and how things change.
Oh yeah.
You know.
Oh, the kitty.
I know when I'm on those plane rides, I wear one because I just damn near didn't make it first time, so it's like I'm not taking the chance.
Nice looking husky.
There was a husky. Maybe
was there?
She had her husky.
Okay,
She had her husky at first.
I thought you thought
Yeah.
that.
Yeah,
There it
she,
is. There it is.
yeah, she had the husky up there at first.
Now
Yeah,
it's doing something proper. Like really?
Yeah. I bet Bill wishes he could do that.
But shoot drugs in his penis? He could do that if
No,
he wanted.
look his balls.
Are you kidding me? If I could blow myself, I'd never leave the house.
That's a great story.
I'd never leave the house, man.
Better ask
I would have never
Doc.
had a girlfriend. I would have never had a girlfriend. Good thing I didn't get into gymnastics or whatever. I probably would have never had a girlfriend.
All right, stop imagining that. Okay, I could see the look on your face.
It's
Your
like,
picture-
ooh, what would that look like? Growl.
You're picturing it. Yeah, I know you are.
Oh, look at the kitty.
You little freak, you.
Meow. Meow.
No, I'm still waiting for them to get the real dolls perfected. That's, it's going to be too late. I'm going to be dead. It sucks because
some
I've been
pretty
waiting
good
for that
ones.
Cherry 3000.
They got some pretty good ones, and now with the advent of AI,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I don't want them to talk. What the hell? What the hell
Yeah.
are these people trying to make the damn things
no,
talk?
no, she's going to learn what you like.
Oh, yeah, being quiet.
Well, yeah, she'll be
Be
quiet, and
quiet.
she'll know which, whether to stick that
Yeah.
finger up your or not.
Yeah. She'll be on her knees when I walk in the door every day. Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't want you heard to talk in a Japanese accent?
Well, I guess so. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I should have my slippers in one hand and a
Tails.
handful of Vaseline in the other.
Yeah.
Nice looking husky. Is that what you say to Wim when you're trying to catch him? Nice looking husky you got there.
Actually, he wrote up here, kitty, kitty.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah, here, kitty, kitty.
That's good. That's even
Yeah.
better.
Yeah.
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 Hey, baby.
he used to get so drunk, and he couldn't talk
Hey,
anymore.
Jim.
And he was actually pretty successful. He was a good-looking young guy, smaller guy. That's the only thing that is knock. He was only about 5'7", 5'8". But he would do okay. But if he didn't, he'd just continue to drink and get plowed like we all did. And he would stand there in front of the disco, hitchhiking. I mean, he's the asshole drunk in the corner, hitchhiking, and then when they don't stop, he would throw a dime on the ground in front of them. So what's I heard you girls go down on a dime. Ah! You never did that? You don't have a friend like that? You don't have a friend like that?
I had a friend who used to walk up and say, "Hey, babe, you're cute. Want to fuck?" And I'm sure it's a heart attack. And you'd be surprised how often he would score like that.
Sure.
He would literally just say shit like that. He would get drunk like your friend and just walk up and just basically just proposition him. And they would laugh because they think he's kidding, and he wasn't. And then next thing you know, he'd be off to the parking lot with him. You're like, all right.
You never know, but you never know what's going through her head at that moment. That pissed at her boyfriend, pissed at her husband. Later in the evenings, got a few winners. Things are less shocking to her.
Yeah.
Right.
What was that joke?
She went there to get laid.
Yeah. Could have been in her mind what she got. She's a human being.
What do panties and fingernail polish have in common?
Oh, stop it with this joke.
They both come off with they both come off with a little alcohol.
Yeah.
But you need acetone, not alcohol. Me.
It's hard to joke. Don't blame me. I know that, but it's
you know what? Acetone worked too.
Yeah.
She'd be done. I mean,
she'd be dead.
Yeah. I think
you're into that.
She'd be available, all kinds of available at that point. Tequila makes her clothes fall off.
Yeah. And then the thing is, with those dolls, he was saying the people that buy those dolls are certifiable. I kind of agree with that. I joke around about it, but to me, that would be like having sex with a dead body, because they've almost gotten too realistic. So now you're in that uncanny valley zone where the dolls look real, but they're not alive. So it's like
you need an AI doll that knows not to talk, but maybe make noises.
Yeah. Well, there's a few more steps that need to be taken.
Right there.
Yeah, they got to walk around and shit.
A little to the left. A little to the left. Wrong hole. Stuff like that.
Something. I don't know. But they get in that zone where they look a little too real. But they're not alive. So it'd probably be like having sex with a dead body or something.
Well, then
a doll like that would
get a blow up of Jessica Rabbit, because she's
she's not
going to look real no matter how real she looks. Sorry, what were you saying?
And a doll like that, the cost of it would be it'd be almost as cheap as getting a real woman in your life.
It depends on a woman, actually, and if she has children. Because then
you get one of those dolls for about $5,000. That's a one-time expense.
I know.
That's a one-time expense.
You could spend that on the ring.
Yeah,
dude. Yeah, dude.
A half decent reception at the wedding is $50,000. I'm sorry, what?
You dropped off.
Alexis dropped off. I
think her phone died or something. Maybe I don't think it had anything to do with the conversation. It might have. I doubt it.
I thought she was talking to somebody.
She's not that prudish.
She's not prudish at all.
Well, no, she's not prudish at all. So
I think on occasion we've carried it a bit far with her, but
right.
Yeah, we've gone to. We're sorry.
She's no prude though.
I'm sorry. She's no prude at all.
I'm not sorry.
You got to eat before you have dinner. Yeah, I don't see the appeal with the doll either necessarily, but I'm looking for that Cherry 3000 zone.
Real Randy, man. Oh, you're so real.
He's so real. I know he's so real.
You are a
real Randy. Is what we're gonna call him. Real Randy. Real.
That's his new YouTube. That's his new YouTube channel. Where it comes
Randy
out
Real.
He says shit like that, and it's a great idea. I'm telling you, and because you will attract women, because you're a good-looking guy. I mean, he's not my type, but he's a good-looking guy.
Yeah.
If you say stuff like that, you will get followers.
Yeah, I think, like I said, I'm waiting for that Cherry 3000 zone. I'm waiting for him to get in there. then you might have something. You might have something.
Look, if
You know.
if you can teach it, if you can teach, robots are coming according to Musk. They're going to be here in like the next 5 years. So if you get the and you combine the two, and it does your laundry, and
Clean your house.
that's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Make your sandwich.
Yeah, they just clean my house, and I won't have to pay for housekeeper anymore. So the investment will pay for itself after a period of time,
And
and you can bang it.
I was going to say, your housekeeper's probably not bending over for you either. Yeah.
Probably would have at one point, but I probably would have. But I turned her down enough times to where she gave it up.
Oh,
I just
well,
made
that's not a probably. That sounds like a definitely to me.
Right.
Look at that.
Back in the day, she would have. I'm no interest there. Yeah.
Yep.
Is that the Link sword from Legend of Zelda?
Nope. This
Shit,
is
That's what
Gandalf.
it does.
This is Gandalf.
He looks a little bit like it, don't it?
It really does.
Yeah, they're similar. But now
Well,
this
your
is the
lights
Gandalf.
making it look green is why. Your lights are making it
Well,
look
I
green.
used to. Yeah, no, I used a gold tone on the blades,
Uh-huh.
an antique gold. So
Uh-huh.
they call it antique gold metal, which is
Yeah.
that's what Bamboo Labs got. And so this is with the silver, and then it does look sort of greenish in the light. So yeah.
Yeah, and your light, it makes it look green.
Randy, if you ever want to come in, you want a link, you can come in.
Anyway, so I had to check and make sure this one would fit. Now I got
Any
a
of you
large
can, actually.
for the
Let
two others.
me put that in there.
Jim, you take too many perv pills. Yeah. No, I think I don't know, Randy. Man, I'm telling you. They're already getting pretty close to that already with some of these.
See, now that I did this, I'm gonna have to change the link next week.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only bad thing about having the same link. I mean, it's cool. You keep reopening the studio and you just make your subtle changes, and then you go live,
Right.
and it's the same link every week. And there's an advantage to that. But if you do something like what I just did, put it in the chat. I mean, I'll pull it out, but you know what happens when you promise to pull it out.
Yeah. You're gonna get a pregnant chat next week.
It's gonna.
Yeah.
It happens anyway.
Yeah.
No, it's there.
No, man.
Wants to come in. Robots. I mean, I think that's a cool idea. I'll tell you what, help older people stay in their homes longer.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of positives to it. Let's
yeah.
be honest. There's quite a few positives to the whole robot thing. You know what I mean? I don't know if they're going to free us from our manual labor or if we even want that, because there's going to be a transition period where what are we going to do with all our illegal immigrants if we start, producing robots?
Who's gonna? Did you see that one politician?
Who's gonna wipe our ass?
Who's gonna wipe our ass? I can't believe that one said that. Holy
Oh,
cow!
that's almost as bad as Kelly Osbourne saying, "Who's going to clean your toilets if we get rid of all the illegal immigrants?"
It's the same thing. Well, it's even worse. I mean,
Yeah.
it's the same area, you know.
Yeah, same thing. Yeah,
That's
it's
cool
like
art.
wow. Yeah,
Yeah,
who's going to be
you-
our
you-
slaves?
Randy, you always add a lot to the conversation. We'd love to be more than happy to have you in. Are we? We're not. We're probably not even friends on Facebook. Friend me, bitch. Hold
Friend
on.
me, biatch. Yeah, but yeah, that's one of the concerns. What are they going to do with all the super duper low skilled, workers? And but it's already happening. When I go into factories now, I tell you what, I went to Steelcase the other day. I used to work at Steelcase when I was a teenager. Okay. And it was a manual labor centric. Okay. Now I go walking through there to test their high speed doors, and the people all sitting around reading magazines, playing on their phones, sitting in front of a machine that's doing all the work. I mean, it's absolutely insane.
I don't know. I can see within the next couple of, actually, I could see like last year having a robot cut my grass. Living in Florida, having somebody else cut your grass is, you know what it was today? It was 90 only. Which doesn't, that doesn't sound that bad, but it was 90, and with the humidity, feels like 102. And that's what it said. Feels like 100. It felt every bit of it, man. It was brutal. And if you're standing in the sun in the summertime, just magnify that by 2. It's just, it's
Right.
just really, it just was, yeah. It's not like this all the time, but today was a scorcher.
I'd have to get me some flashlights for some headlights for my damn mower and tell the neighbors to fuck off.
Well, like I said,
Because I've been mowing my shit at 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night. It's still muggy, I know that, but at least it's not in the no sun or nothing. At least you should get away from the sun.
if the robot could cut the grass, I'd be good with that. Yeah, they could take that manual labor away.
They have those right now, Bill. You could buy one right now.
Yeah. I hear they're not the greatest. Yeah, for the money that you're talking about. See, I like the idea of the robot being multi-purpose. You know, it could do that. Maybe it could do some gardening. Maybe it could, come in the house, like I said, do the laundry. You know, there may be, maybe, I don't know.
Walk your dogs.
Yeah, we never walk the dogs. That's a funny thing. Never walk them.
There must be some way of
They get plenty of exercise.
getting a robot dog walker.
They're out in the yard.
Yeah, there you go.
Anytime they want, and they run around like little nut jobs.
Nah, there's a lot of I see a lot of it. Like I said, these robots that are in the factories now, they pick up the parts and move them over here and yada yada. And, man, I remember when that was me. I remember when that was.
Are we, Randy?
You know, the average person. You know.
Yep.
Can you message me so it comes up, please? Because I don't know. Are you in there as your name? Are you in there as Mad Prop? Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, now you'll be.
Yeah, they.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it wasn't that important. But yeah, they do make the robot mowers. Randy's right about that. There are some pretty nice ones out there, but if you're trepidatious, I don't know how big your yard is. I don't know. There's a lot of obstacles out there. But it's just like the robot vacuum cleaners. It maps the whole area. It has GPS in them, and it maps the area and whatnot. And then, pew, yeah.
Well, right now I'm still healthy enough it's good exercise to go around and do.
Oh yeah.
So there is that. I'm not trying, but there's going to become a point where it's just not going to be safe for me to be out in that hot sun at a certain age.
Right.
It's already. I got to
tomorrow.
Yeah.
I mean, a certain age.
5 years ago. I mean, I already have to come in the house and cool off and then go back out again. God bless her.
Yeah. That's what my sister does. She'll do the backyard one day, the front yard the next. Yep.
But yeah, I have a rider mower, but I used the push mower just recently. I was just going to do around the edges because my wife kept saying she was going to cut the grass, and the rider mower was running good, so I figured she'd do that. But once I get started, I just keep going. You know what I mean? I was just going to do the areas that you can't really get to with the big mower. That's what I have the other one for. Other side of the fence. So I did that. Okay, well, let's do this side of the house. I ended up doing that. They said, well, I'm down here. May as well go. And I ended up doing the whole damn thing. But it's kind of funny calling it a push mower. It's a Honda self-propelled mower.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But you still got to lift it. You got to turn it. You got to push it. It doesn't do it all by itself. And you're doing a lot of walking.
Yeah.
When you're doing 21 inches instead of the rider mower, which
you make
so much faster. Huh?
You make the fancy patterns in your lawn?
No, fuck no. No.
The crisscross patterns and shit.
My grass isn't as good enough to even bother with that. It looks okay. It's green.
Are you the kind of guy that starts around the edge and works to inspire?
Actually, I used to do that because the mower would shoot it out the side. Yeah. If you do it the other way, you're constantly picking it up and moving it, picking it up and moving it, and you foul the mower, and it just makes big clumps. So you're supposed to go from the outside in. But the mower I have now does such a good job of mulching. It doesn't shoot out the side; it just mulches and goes straight down. Plus, I got a bag for it, but I never use it. It's just a good idea, and especially in an area with really strong sun. You want to mulch that grass. You want to protect it. It helps keep the moisture and helps protect it.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But
Grass
I used
tips.
to do. I don't have to do that now with this mower. I have to do it with the rider mower. The rider mower shoots it out the side.
Yeah.
That's the problem with those too. You don't want to let it get too long because then you're going to end up with those piles anyway.
Yeah.
Of heavy grass. Yeah. But anyway, that's interesting. Huh?
Yeah.
That's my day tomorrow. I'm going to cut the grass tomorrow again, actually, and I got to cut a couple of not pine trees, palm trees. They're the skinny type. Actually, they grow in clumps and they almost look like giant ferns. Little Shard has joined the stream, ladies and
Yeah. What's that behind him? What's that behind you? A little My Little Pony doll? Oh no, it isn't. I don't know what that is.
What?
It's been a
Drone.
long time since I spoke to you. How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you?
I'm all right. Doing good. I'm not quite fantastic, but good.
I was say you're getting there.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Yeah.
You're growing better than my father is.
Yeah, I'm fantastic now because you're here. Oh, God.
Well, you're trying. You get the shit end of the stick here.
Yeah. But welcome in. Oh, I never sent you that picture I have with the gun.
Oh, the big one?
Yeah.
Oh, I definitely have it. I just haven't showed it.
Oh, okay. Well, we could show it. You're not.
Yeah, if you want to, it's your channel.
No, you can show it. You're allowed to show pictures of guns. You just can't hold one up and point it at the camera like I did then on Artie's channel.
Yeah.
That was bad.
That was fun.
Lloyd and Dom, how are you guys doing?
Yeah.
Doing good. Doing better now.
Oh.
Had my 3-hour nap. Oh, man. Well, Bill, I gotta get going. Yeah, I'm getting hungry. So you have a good rest of the show, or is it stream? I don't know. Take care, everybody. I'll see you on Monday. Boy.
See you out.
Yep. Good night.
Good
Have a
night.
good one, buddy.
Buddy. We do have a Canadian.
Buddy.
I'm looking for that picture. I know. I must. I know. I had to have sent it to your father.
Must have.
Oh, I know I did.
But in the context of, it's been a while since I've popped in. Good to see you all. I'm glad you're feeling Bill-ish.
Yeah, I'm all right. How's your band doing?
Bill-ish.
Huh?
It's not a band anymore.
Oh.
Was it a woman? It was a woman, wasn't it? No, I'm just kidding.
That's how I know.
You got Yoko.
Two of them.
Two women?
Yeah. And they both had penises.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Did I miss something?
We definitely missed something.
It's a joke there where
He's got some bitchy ass bandmates, and they end up breaking up the band because they're a couple cunts.
Yeah, thank you.
How about that? Let me translate this for you.
Yeah.
They had a band, and there was a couple guys that are couple bitches that constantly complained and caused drama, so they ended up breaking up the band over it.
It didn't come out of my mouth.
I was in a band back in the day. It happens.
It's like you were there.
Yeah, it didn't come out of my mouth. He said it.
Yeah, it's something else,
I've been there too.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Which meetup were you at, Jordy? 24, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 24.
All right, I'm gonna find it.
Yeah. You obviously won this year, Lloyd.
Yeah. There's your father. Okay, this is the one. All right.
Holy crap! Wait a minute, Jordy, you live in Canada?
Yep.
Ooh. Whereabouts in Canada?
Somewhere.
No, I mean around Toronto. I don't want the exact location. I mean
somewhere in Canada. Doesn't really matter at this point.
No, it matters to me because if I don't get this Korean Mavic 4 Pro, I'm looking for somebody I know in Canada to send a drone to that they can ship it to me.
Someone's already asked my father.
Oh yeah, your father?
Yeah. So that being said, I'd ship it to you. That's not a problem. But everybody's asking my dad now, and I'm like,
Why? Do you think it's illegal? Because it's not illegal. It's not like it's contraband. Oh, what it costs to ship? Because I'd print the label because I'm a UPS super duper gold ultra double plus member or whatever they fucking call it. Yeah. Yeah. So I could print the label and I get like 83% off shipping.
That's still a percentage off the shipping of what it actually
It's still going to
costs
be a couple $100.
Well, yeah, exactly. So the percentage of where we buy it in Canada, so you're thinking maybe $3,800 American. Canadian?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
6?
Oh, you're talking about the Mavic 4 Pro?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I already bought it in Canada once. DJI sold it to me, and I had it shipped to a package store. It was actually a convenience store. I thought it was a package store. It's long. That's a long story. I won't get into it, but anyway, it was $3,500. It was $3,460. The problem with Canada is the taxes. I was like, holy shit!
Yeah,
it was another $400 in taxes.
Yeah,
But still, it was $4,000. People are paying $5,000 here.
And then when it gets there, it'll still cost you more.
Well, just the shipping.
What do you think this cost? 3 T-shirts like this.
Right.
Just normal ass T-shirt.
To ship from the U.S. to Canada, right?
Yeah. What do you think that cost me?
$50.
Not anywhere damn close.
$200.
If Jeremy, the gentleman that's in the FPV community, didn't give me this for free, $130 fucking for 3 T-shirts.
Yeah, but that's from the U.S. to Canada. Last I knew, and I don't know this. I bought this bracelet 2 weeks ago, and it came free shipping from Canada.
It's the package that it's put in at the end of the day. So if it's like a weighted package, or if it's just put into like a little bubble wrap envelope. So I can see your bracelet coming in some kind
It was
of
in a box, but still, I agree with you. It's a smaller package for
smaller thing kind of scenario where if you want to send it properly, you obviously send it properly or not. And Jeremy sends it properly, so then
from the U.S. to Canada is murder, but from Canada to the U.S. I hear it isn't as bad. But I'm not certain of that.
It's not as bad depending on the weight or item in general itself. So, perfect example is I don't know why we get away with sending like little toys and trinkets. So anything under $20, free for you guys. Anything more than that. So even if I was to send, knock on wood, $2,000 item, I would have to declare it as a cheaper price, just so it isn't taxed as hard or comes to you and you have to pay that tax. So it's
There's going to be extra tax on it.
Yeah, it depends on the amount of money. As far as I know, there.
Right. There's people that have done it already. There's quite a few people that have done it.
I just sent some stickers to TJ. If you guys want any, send me your email and I'll send some. Not a problem. Right. I just sent some stickers to TJ. It costs about 3 times more than it would just to send it like maybe an hour and a half. So I sent some to my aunt and some to TJ. TJ's was about $6. My aunt's was about $2. So my aunt is in Canada, $2. Right. You're doing triple the charge on the amount of 2 stickers and a little package. Now you add weight to it, it'll create and accumulate. Like my father, like I said, did the mailing his shit back from Bill's house to Canada, and you got your triple charge. It hasn't changed. It's been the same. It's not more, it's not less. You guys seem to be getting more of the, oh shit, I got to pay a little bit more if I want to, kind of thing. But
yeah, your dad's underwear costs what, $137 to ship it to that.
Yeah, it was
it's
silly shit. It's always been the same. If anything, it's been consistent. So it hasn't.
Yeah, it is crazy because it's always been nuts because you can ship across the other side of the world for less money than I can ship from Michigan to Windsor. I could ship something to freaking Russia for less money than it would cost me to ship a package from Michigan to Windsor, Canada.
I can't
It's
find that damn
insane.
picture.
What you would have to find out and fuck around. 95% of the time, it would come down on the receiver. So we're just paying the broker fees, the broker taxes, the taxes on the actual product. Depends on what you list it as.
So if you send me something, let's say that drone right behind you, you decide you're going to sell it to me for $100. What are you saying, that they would hit me for taxes? They would hit me for taxes?
I'd probably lose money selling it to you.
Well, not if I pay for the shipping, even, or you're saying the brokerage fees and stuff.
If you paid for it, I would just have to put that label on, and I assume that any fee coming back towards you would be your fee.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the way I would do it. I'd make the label. I'd pay all the shipping up front. You know what I mean?
It depends on what I probably declared the price as. So I
don't think you got to declare anything. I'm making everything. You're not doing shit. You're putting the label on the thing and dropping it off at UPS.
So now, if it didn't
you're not doing anything.
So if it didn't show up, then I guess you'd get your.
Yeah, I'd put insurance on it. Yeah.
It's whatever you have priced to that context. So if you have your own insurance and stuff like that, I imagine it'd be completely different than just some random stranger sending some shit out to another person.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to impress. I'm making I'm doing everything. You're not doing a diddly squat. So putting the label on it. Technically, you could just call UPS. They'll come pick it up. You don't even got to necessarily drop it off.
I don't know that far. I'm also not that lazy, but UPS is like 10 minutes down the road. So in the package, package it up properly, and then away you go.
Right. Yeah. The other reason why I asked is because I only live like 2 hours from the border. I live 3 hours from the one border for Saginaw and Port Huron, and I live less than 2 hours away from Windsor.
So that
was the other reason why I was asking.
Sorry to interrupt. That was one of the things that I actually asked my dad today, where I was like, what is the difference between just international and local? So Ontario, it's not even leaving the province. You're just going to a different city. To you guys, 3 times? That makes a little fucking I understand the distance, but the context of if it would be from my dad's house where he's closer to the border like you are, you said, would it be less?
Probably not. The problem is crossing the border. Like I said, if I was standing in Detroit and I shipped something to Windsor, it would cost the same if I shipped it from Detroit to Toronto.
Yeah.
In my experience.
I figure so.
It's a border crossing that's the money. And I don't understand. But like I said, it's mostly when I ship from the US to Canada, it's incredible. But Jim was just saying he ships to Canada or the USA. Jim, is shipping really bad to the US in your experience? Let's see if he answers, but
me,
from what I've seen, Jim. Jim was saying he ships to the U.S. all the time.
Jim's droning. Yeah, he lives in Canada.
Yeah, Jim's droning. And then, of course, he has Amazon next day delivery. But that's Canada to Canada, Jim. I have that all day long.
I was say even then, when I buy stuff from you guys, from Amazon, it takes a couple more days, but it's not next day. But I also don't have to pay that difference of delivery fee. Or carry that.
That's pretty cool.
Import tax or anything like that.
Right.
And Amazon allows that because they won't let you ship this damn drone from Amazon Canada. Trust me.
If you pay for the fucking service, trust me, you're gonna get service.
No, they won't ship it. Best Buy won't ship to the U.S. Best Buy Canada won't ship to the U.S. Amazon Canada won't ship to the U.S. DJI Canada won't ship to the U.S. The camera store, a drone, something or other in Toronto, won't ship to the U.S. Trust me, I got a hold of like 10 different companies. And then I had it shipped. Like I said, I just needed to get in my car and go get it. And I had to work. I couldn't take the day off work. So I ended up having it sent back and getting a refund, which was annoying because I would have had it day 1. Day 2, it would have been
the 14th. I would have had it on the 14th, and it came out the 13th.
Canada Post also likes to go on strike for fucking some random reason. And you're like, perfect example is, I'm not sure if you guys saw my stickers, but got some stickers. The day I ordered them, they're like, oh, we might be going on strike, so you might not get them anytime soon. And they didn't.
Mhm.
And so you get everybody kind of just panics in that scenario.
Mhm.
So what can you do when it comes down to political things and male development or like boats or fucking any of that stuff? I also mentioned earlier in the chat there was like, if you guys think that it's all American, it comes from somewhere at some point, right? Even
What?
us, just anything. If you guys were to make something, you probably are importing some variant of making it, right?
Oh, like the parts would come from China is what you're saying.
You mean some of the parts?
Anything. I'm not going to specifically put anything on spot there where at a certain point, even if you manufacture it, you need a little bit of help. Is what I'm going to call it.
No.
Depending.
In the past,
depending.
absolutely not. In the past, absolutely not. You know, we made TV soup to nuts back in the day. We made cars soup to nuts back in the day.
Yeah.
You know,
Like I
from the
said,
ground up, from the tires all the way to the, you know, to the windows, windshields.
So hang on. None of those capacitors came from China or Japan or anything like that.
They didn't have capacitors back then. And we used to make capacitors. You ever hear of Texas Instruments? Texas
100%.
Instruments, Texas Instruments, GE, or hear of General Electric? We used to pretty much make all the transistors for the world.
Where did they get
We
them
gave
from?
away that manufacturing to China
where did they get them
and
from now?
Singapore. And,
Yeah,
but we gave them that industry.
We still produce
Yeah.
quite a bit of it, by the way. The United States.
Yeah, we still produce some, but
no,
yeah.
the United States is actually a big player in that.
So
They still are.
I'm not saying that you can't. I'm just saying the help that's included there is a lot.
Mm.
And
Oh, no.
because
Everything's global now. Yeah.
a lot of the infrastructure depends on all of us kind of just the best of here, best of there. And if you don't,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
now
It is
even
at the
something like
same
DJI,
time.
you're looking at Canadians to get DJI products where just because someone said something doesn't mean you can't. You probably can if you tried hard enough. It's just the
Where?
dollar bills right there.
There's a picture.
Yeah, but
of
we make a lot of products. Oh, go
holding
ahead.
a gun
Bill.
holding a gun that weighs as much as he does.
Yeah,
What is that, an M60? No, it's not. What's that?
I forget.
No, that's an English rifle, isn't it?
No, it's American.
SBR?
No. Yeah.
Oh. That might be an M60 then.
All I know, this guy was happier than hell to just hand it to me and be like, "You really wanna?" I'm like, just a smile on my face. It's silly. Like I said, that's as tall as I am.
You should have asked him to rent it. Can I rent? Can I fire it?
Oh no, absolutely not. I'm still.
They have automatic. They have machine guns there that you can rent and fire. By the way.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I know.
Not that. No,
I saw
probably
revolvers.
knocked the back wall out.
I saw the revolvers the size of my fucking head at that point.
Yeah.
I kind of wish we'd have gone.
Would they have a Raging Bull?
That day.
I'm sorry. Mm-hmm.
That's a saw.
But yeah, we you know, there's a push for us to get back to those days when we make things soup to nuts in this country, because you don't want to have to. It's one thing if they're the cheapest, or you know, it's a good business to use and to outsource a part for your product, right? But when you become reliant on that other country or company, and when they're adversarial to you, that's when things become a problem. You know what I mean?
It's money invested and the money lost kind of scenario at that point.
They'll withhold the product. There were Ford trucks sitting on tarmacs all across this country because they couldn't get some stupid ass chip that Ford was outsourcing to some Chinese company, and they just weren't. There's something going. I think it was COVID. It might have been COVID. I forget. It doesn't matter. But suddenly they had a bunch of trucks.
Yeah, there was a shortage on one of the components that makes the chip. I don't know
Well,
what.
Right, or something like that.
So,
Yeah.
Lloyd, perfect example is I'm a computer guy. There were so many RAM shortages, GPU,
Right.
CPU,
Right.
this, that, and the other.
Right.
And it's
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
companies promising this amount and not having the help. Or, like I said, it's not just one person suffering, it's both groups kind of
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. But just
being like,
one of the things,
the hell?
because what's just recently been said, we talked about it earlier in the show, like with the drones. One thing that maybe other countries have the misconception is that because we outsource so much of our stuff, we are dependent. Well, currently we are. That's not to say that we always will be. And if it's the hope of it's the hope of a lot of us that we start producing everything inside the country, and then
Right.
outsource it to other people. Let that in other words, they come to us for a component because we did that back in the 50s and the 60s and even in the
Yes.
70s. It wasn't until in the 80s that we started outsourcing everything. It's when Japan came in and started buying up
Yeah,
all
but
of our
that doesn't mean we can't fire it back up. Look, I mean, you said something about
exactly. That's what I was saying,
you
Bill.
said something
Yeah.
about capacitors, and so I looked it up. It said yes, capacitors
It's
still
simple.
manufactured in the United States. I've actually bought American-made capacitors, but they're motor
Yeah.
run start capacitors. Um,
Right.
um, and I kept having problems until I bought a U.S. made one, by the way. But yeah, there's several companies: AVX, Chemet, Cornell, Amrad, American Capacitor Corporation. There's actually one called American Capacitor Corporation, but they all specialize. You know what I mean, for like ceramic or different types. I don't know about the tiny little capacitors that you
But
put in
should
your
should
cell
we
phones.
start if we come to that point and we could do it, if we gear
Of
up
course
to
we could.
make all those parts, because we got a lot of infrastructure that's because of the outsourcing has kind of gone downhill and they're not being used.
Factories. Yeah.
Factories, there's tons of factories that could be fired up and invest some money, and then we can start manufacturing our stuff and do it all because we were uh, self sustaining for a long time. It was when we started having foreign investments coming in, like Japan did back in the 80s when they bought up so many of the companies, you know,
Hmm.
and then those companies started outsourcing because the bottom line, the cheaper dollars and or cheaper parts that they could get. But I don't. I think any country that makes the mistake of underestimating how stubborn we are, they're
It's
going
not
to be
just
in
that.
for a
We
surprise.
just we just have the resources and the capability if we
You
want.
have to have the
Yeah.
will.
You
You
know,
have to have the will, is what
and
it boils
and
down
and the
to.
economy, to invest and
It's
do it. But here, United States at one point, as we all know, that we basically we invented like silicon chips. In the beginning, the U.S. represented 100% of manufacturing capacity of semiconductors. Today, we're at 8% of the world.
that's where Silicon Valley came from.
Well, of
Hmm.
course, but now we're at 8%. Of the world's capacity. We still make them. Still make
Hmm.
silicon chips here, just but 8%.
Hmm.
8% is
And
probably still a pretty large number when you think about it.
oh, yeah,
Well,
that's
nowadays
huge
there's a
amount.
lot more made. Oh,
Well,
sorry
and
about that.
and
Go ahead.
right now what they're saying, I was read something that we are actually U.S. is making concerted effort to increase its domestic silicon chip manufacturing capacity, aiming to triple its production by 2032. This is primarily driven by the Chips and Science Act, which provides incentives for companies to invest in new fabrication facilities. Blah blah blah. So that's cool.
Yeah.
We're kind of sharing technologies now between companies, which I appreciate because AMD was technically an American company, but they sourced out to every other individual there where it was like the original investor was American.
I'm thinking of ARM. AMD was American. You're right. I'm thinking when you said AMD, I was thinking of ARM for some reason. ARM is a British company, I believe.
Yeah.
ARM,
Go
I
ahead.
think I think ARM still had a couple investors there that were solidly American in that variant of how that got distributed, and it's Qualcomm.
Yeah.
Qualcomm. Yeah.
All come.
AMD still is an American company, by the way.
Oh,
Okay, I
cool.
see. Perfect example.
Advanced
How
Micro.
much of an AMD chip is made here, though? It's the question.
Well,
That's what I was getting at earlier.
no,
like the
they put in
iPhone.
orders and they purchase them from Taiwan generally. You know, these guys and
They're design companies now. They're not manufacturing companies anymore. They're design companies.
I don't know. Nvidia is Intel actually makes some of their chips here. As a matter of fact, let's see. Nvidia.
Oh, yeah. They have a factory here because, Apple, for example, Apple's a design company. They don't manufacture shit.
Intel is actually a real player in that. Nvidia is what? Yeah, headquartered in Santa Clara, but
I would say Intel is more processors, so that would make sense. That you guys still have a union.
Nvidia is American too.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me actually now that I think about it. Because even like something like Samsung, when you think of like Panasonic can still use a Samsung monitor in behind their logo. Just it's the screen you use.
Well, at one time there was only two companies that made panels, and one was Samsung and the other was LG.
Sony,
like they were both Korean.
Sony and LG both have panels now. Samsung also started making panels where you can just swap them in between whatever the heck you want to slap an American logo on.
Are you guys curious at a list of the biggest producers of silicon chips?
Yeah.
Now you want to see it? I'll share it if you like. Or I could just bore you with the shit out of you like before and keep reading you stuff off it. Let me see.
Not boring.
Of course I am. There we go. I'll read it anyway because it's probably hard to read. Number one is Taiwan Semiconductor. And everybody knew this already. Semiconductor Manufacturing, TSMC. Number two is Samsung, a major player in both memory chips, which I already knew, and logic chips. Samsung has a strong presence in the global semiconductor market. Intel is third. Nvidia is fourth. So they're companies, but like you said, how many of them are actually producing themselves? Well,
so yeah, it's all subsidiary companies that actually develop it for them to put their logo on.
They design them, and they actually produce them in laboratories. You know what I mean? While they're designing them, and it's just that they send their design and say, okay, this is what we want, and that's it. It's like any other company, except they farmed it out to manufacturing plants in mostly Taiwan. Some of Korea produces a lot of its own. Remember when the cars, the used cars got so high because we couldn't get new cars because there was no chips to put in the fucking things. So
Kia's had no problem.
Huh?
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, I stepped on you.
Who did you say who had no problem?
Kia and Hyundai.
Right. Kia Hyundai did not have a problem because they produced their own. A lot of their own. And they're smart too. They stockpiled. But yeah, they had no problem. They continued to sell, and it was SK Hynix, South Korean semiconductor company. Hynix has been around forever.
That's just memory producers.
Well, that's what we use them for. DRAM and NAND. They do NAND flash memory. They specialize in memory chips. Yeah. I know. Hynix has been on. I've read Hynix on printed on memory chips since I don't know, the 80s, 90s. I don't know, long time.
90s anyway.
90s at least. Yeah. Micron's another big one. That's American.
Micron.
Or is it Japanese?
Yeah,
that's interesting. Let me
look up Micron because I don't know. Is it an American company got bought out? Because there's a lot of American companies got bought out by the Japanese and then the Chinese and the Koreans actually to an extent. But like Kenwood, for example, Kenwood was an American company forever.
Yeah, it was.
And they got bought out. Philips was an American company.
I believe Qualcomm is the other subsidiary for that company.
Yeah, Micron's American.
Hi, Brad.
Yeah.
Broadcom, Qualcomm, AMD, Texas Instruments. We may not be actually stamping them here, but we're still leading the world in them, apparently.
Oh, yeah, 100%. But you're also just, like, getting it from everywhere else.
It's the difference that for a person, an employee in the United States to produce a chip, we're going to pay them minimum $15 an hour for that. But we can order from China or Taiwan.
$15 an hour. What kind of chip? Are you talking about potato chips?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm just
not the
using
good
that
ones.
as a low ball. I'm just saying.
It's at minimum wage now.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
change your house.
So we're going to pay it to anybody to work, but I'm just using this. But where we can go to places like Taiwan,
Yeah, well,
in which they pay their employees $1 a day, or maybe they might even pay them $10 a day.
it's
Yeah,
part of
so
the equation, but you know what? It's only a part of the equation, and you're right. That's a big part
You're
of it.
right.
You
But
know, but
That's the
I
cost.
didn't mean
not the only
to start
not
the
the only
fight
thing that
and
affects
have the
the price.
debate, but I know for a fact that a lot of the American companies also still import from. So
Well, that's what I said.
it's
Oh, yeah.
a weird scenario where it doesn't make sense, but we try to make sense of it, and at the end of the day, it just needs to be like fucking. Can we all just work together,
Well,
please?
tell me who to call. I could use some Koreans working on at the bowling alley.
Yeah, no kidding. They had to bring in a. Let's put it this way. I was at the LG factory. They built a battery factory here in Holland, Michigan, and they had to import like 200 or 300 people from Korea to staff the factory because nobody was applying for the jobs.
Right.
$20 plus an hour job. They were giving sign-on bonuses and all kinds of crap. But anyway, my point being is the machines make everything, and I think we could make a chip here because if you ever look at a chip factory, there's not like little Chinese people,
Right.
spot welding the IC chips on on the board or whatever. It's all
Yeah.
robots doing all the work. It's somebody
Right.
just standing there, monitoring it.
It's all place and pick at that point, and yeah, it's all automated.
It's all automated, so we can make them here in the U.S.
It's a
That's what I'm
software.
trying to say. Yeah. I'm saying, we could make them because it's not that labor intensive, quite frankly. Big swaths of these factories, there's nobody there. I mean, huge areas of these factories. There's very little or no human presence whatsoever.
The only thing you need it to be is sanitary, just clean.
Yeah.
No
Yeah,
dust,
yeah.
no.
Yeah, they make you suit up and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've gone to clean rooms.
Yeah, but my point is that there's huge areas of this plant where you don't see another person. We're walking around this joint looking for, whatever we're looking for, and you don't even see another human being. For huge, large areas. So the idea that labor would keep us from making, my point is, the idea that labor would keep us from making chips in this country, I think is fallacious at minimum. I think it's possible. It's still possible for us to make chips
All right,
here.
check out this page
I really do.
I have up now. This is wait. What did I do with it? I lost it.
No.
Here, foundries. These are actually companies that produce the chips.
Yeah,
Semiconductor
Samsung.
foundry companies by revenue. At the top of the list, and dwarfing every other company by revenue, shares TSMC, which earned 60%, or nearly 17 billion of the entire industry's registry. This was in quarter 1, 2023. Okay. However, there's actually U.S. companies. Wait, no, there isn't. Taiwan, South Korea, U.S. Global Foundries is third in the world.
Yeah.
Woohoo!
Yeah, we got one. So
Got
that can
one.
be. So obviously can be done.
Taiwan,
Let me see. Where's
it's
Canada?
very good.
Is Canada? No, Canada's not on here. No.
And we
What
got
do they make in Canada?
Look at Israel. Israel's on the list.
Yeah.
So they
Yeah, Israel's actually trying to become a player in that space.
Yeah, there's seventh
They
in
have
the
been for
world.
years.
I mean, and Israel may as well be. That's like East New Jersey. You know?
That's why Asia likes us, because we just buy stuff from Asia. 'Cause we don't make any of it.
Right. No, we could definitely, for all his faults, Trump isn't wrong about this, that we
Right.
could go back to being a manufacturing powerhouse, but you have to have the will. People talk about money. I don't think the money is the
Right.
problem. I think the will. You have to have the will and the personnel. Those are the two things, and the skills. And I think that's some of the things that we're lacking,
for
quite frankly, in
now.
my opinion.
AI and robotics. I mean, that might not be a problem.
Yeah. Well, then, yeah.
You still got to pay somebody though.
Yeah,
but you don't have to
like
pay a
I
workforce
said-
on an assembly line, which is not what we're necessarily talking about when it comes to these chips. Anyway, it's probably
No.
all. It's probably mostly
That whole factory runs on a
automated.
couple hundred people. Yeah, that whole factory probably runs on 200 or 300 people, for real.
Yeah.
No,
For real.
And 10 lawns.
It will be.
10 lawns, and that's all you need, right?
Yeah. Well, no, you'd be surprised though. It's automated as hell. There's basically a guy that just walks around and checks on the screen to make sure the machines are running right. And he just checks every, 50. He probably has, I don't want to exaggerate. He probably has 3 or 4 machines he's in charge of, right? And he
Until
walks
it
around
breaks.
just checking them.
Until it
Yeah.
breaks.
Well, then they call somebody to come fix it. Yeah, no, you're right. There's still jobs involved for sure.
Right.
But you got to cover shipping. You got to cover tariffs. You got to cover import dues. You got to cover, you know what I mean? If you bring it in from China, there's expenses involved there too. And like I said, the biggest problem with importing everything from China is the fact that China can just say, you know what, fuck you. I'm not sending you any more chips. We're not sending you any more masks if there's a pandemic. We're not sending you, whatever the hell it is you need. Fuck you, Ford. We're not sending you those chips.
Well, that's everybody just sticking their big finger up, and you got to just realize that we all kind of help each other at a certain point. Because if you guys want to make money, we need to make money. Everybody needs to make a little bit of money.
I'm kind of old school. I think we should be a little more isolationist than we are, rather than global.
Libertarian, isolationist, right here. Yo.
I'm gonna get that drink. I mean, we've only been on 3 hours and 20 minutes. We might as well just keep going. You know what the hell?
Why not?
What the hell?
No, I'm 100% behind that, Lloyd. No, I just don't think we should be in global entanglements. I don't think we should be. We should take advantage of the fact that we could buy something cheaper. So I thought you're going to make a drink, Mister.
Let me interrupt real quick because you're moving on to a new subject. We were talking about wanting them to be manufactured here, and finding them the people to work them. But Lon, you are absolutely correct. They're so automated that it's really high-paid individuals that are just mostly monitoring. Watching money. Mostly money. And the thing is, that's not how you make your money when those companies come here, is by working at those plants. Your money comes from investing in those companies.
Or making
you know what I mean? It totally changes how we earn our living.
Right.
Is companies like that coming back to the United States.
Right.
Anyway, I shall return.
Okay.
Right.
I would love, even when I say American, North American, I'll take a little bit of credit there. I'd love for things to be more North American made, not North American made.
Yeah.
If we could do it and we could help you guys instead of like even lumber and gas, all this bullshit, yada yada yada, blah blah blah, fuck politics. If we can get past that shit and actually just do things as a community, I want to call it, where you need.
We'll just annex you then.
I need a little bit of help. I need this
Become
much
the
help.
51st state. That'll work.
Yeah, we'll just annex you guys, and that's my plan. Annex Canada and Mexico, because the border below Mexico is way smaller than the border between Mexico and America. You know what I'm saying? So annex Mexico, annex Canada.
Everything's going to be Gulf of Canada. Yeah, you know what I mean? How stupid does that sound? Gulf of America.
I don't know. It'd be still America. This whole continent is America. That's the problem with everybody. Okay, it's an American continent.
Yeah,
it's not the Mexican continent. It's a Gulf of America.
It's a country. Mexico is a country. We didn't call it Gulf of United States. We call it Gulf of America.
America. It's
North
America.
Which North America. That's right.
And Canada.
That includes Canada and Mexico.
Everything isn't yours, guys. Unfortunately,
I'm not claiming it.
That Gulf is, motherfucker. What are you talking about? That Gulf is ours. What are you talking about?
There it is. And you know what else is ours? Your ass.
No, but for real though, no, that Gulf is definitely part of our territory.
No.
What do you mean it's not our territory?
Like I said,
Yeah,
what would you call
Two-thirds of it, or what? 2/3 at least is surrounded by Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Florida.
Yeah.
I mean, Mexico's got like this much on the left side there, which is nice,
Other than
I'm not even sure. Yeah.
What would you guys call Canada if you guys were able to?
Canada.
What?
Canada.
No, Canada. Yeah.
Canada, why? We like Canada.
I wouldn't change any names.
We're only kidding.
North Canada, like fucking.
No, there would be no Canada. All your state names or your province names would be the provinces. We would actually gain 8 states or whatever. How
Yeah.
many provinces you guys have, Jordy? I don't know off the top of my head,
11?
to be honest with you.
I'm horrible at geography too, in the sense of even my own shit. So,
Wow, you don't know how many states you guys have?
hang on, Quebec
Providence,
is in.
Providence. You're right. It's Providence. Right.
I
Providence.
know. I was saying provinces
Province.
first, but
It's
What?
a province.
yeah.
Yeah.
I know
wanna
the
say
provinces. I was kidding.
12, 13?
Okay.
That's where I
We
was
don't
going.
know. We don't know. I'm pretty sure there's 50 states though.
Yeah, we do know.
Yeah,
that.
that's pretty sad, Jordy. I ain't gonna lie. You should know how many provinces you guys have, brother.
Most U.S. citizens. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
There's 50 states.
Can you name all your fucking states?
Yeah.
Pretty close. I might stumble on one
Pretty
or two,
close.
but I know how many there are.
Washington.
How many there are, brother.
Yes, I could.
Okay. Hang on. In all
Take
fairness,
piece of paper. I'll write down all 50 states eventually. Some will have to come to me because I won't think of them right away. But yes, I absolutely could.
Yeah,
a little bit of Google search.
I think I could too.
They taught us
Okay.
that in school. By the
So,
way,
That's what they taught us.
in all fairness,
back in the day.
Canada changed, and we took it was I think it was 13.
Oh, it went from like 13 to 11, but that must be hard to ever keep track of all that change.
We had in school. We actually had to memorize
Come on.
capitals of
Yeah,
each state.
I had to color that shit in and draw it, name it, and everything. Where I'm like, when do you change it? Like, to me, I'm still 13. I don't know.
Oh shit, that's too.
It's easy here. We've only got 6 states and 2 territories.
There you
So
go.
that's easy to remember.
Yeah,
The answer to your question is, if it was up to me, we would have like 63 states then. There wouldn't be a Canada. It would be, we would just keep your state names and add them to the states. So
I
it would
don't
be
know.
63
They can
states.
stay where they're at. I'm perfectly fine with there being a Canada. You know,
I'm only kidding, but if it was done, I'm saying it would just all be included in the United
it'd
States.
be one gigantic liberal state. I don't know. It might change the
yeah, I
politics.
really
here.
don't want Canada part of
East
it.
and West, and that's all you need.
Hmm?
Yeah,
East and West, and all you need.
yeah, right.
What are you talking about?
You
He's
get
probably
your
talking
liberals.
about the provinces. Yeah.
Oh yeah, with the Western Providence, it's about as red as they can be, but it's like the only one. The rest of them are pretty blue.
Yeah,
That's right.
We're
Yeah,
all
if they
just-
wanted, one of them. Yeah, what's the province that's been? There's actually a movement of petitions going around to secede Canada and join the United States.
Is that Alberta? Is it Alberta?
That's
I
too
mean,
funny.
like, in 2025, it wouldn't be the worst thing. It couldn't be the worst thing. Unless we just wanted to turn us into a big old fucking nation of, like, army soldiers. We all just gotta punch everybody in the face just because. And no, to me, it doesn't make
You're
sense.
smoking weed tonight, aren't you?
No,
Yeah,
I don't know how you got.
sounded all
I don't know how you
yo,
got
bro.
that. Nobody wants. Nobody. Nobody
Nobody's
wants
trying to
me.
punch anybody in the face, bro.
Yeah, or turn into a bunch of army soldiers. I didn't even know what that means.
Why would you take over another country?
Economy,
Oh.
economics. It's not just
It's
military.
economic reasons. It's
Yeah,
economic
in fact,
reasons.
that is even when military is involved. It's still economics. It's always about the money.
You
Right.
always get infantry involved, and there's some.
That's the action.
That's not my point.
That's the
Yeah.
action. That's not the cause. The cause is
Right.
money.
I was
Well,
right. I was talking about economics and security. That's why I would annex Mexico as well,
And security.
because of all the. Yeah, because the border's this big, south of Mexico.
For
We can
who?
defend that easily.
No, security. You're right. That's and I blew right past that. That's 100%. It's not just money. There are
Yeah,
other.
security.
Yeah.
If we had all of Canada between us and Russia, you know, that's just that much more security.
Yeah.
For
Russia
who? Us.
doesn't necessarily, not necessarily used to, but might now. So we'll play that one out as cards. Who knows?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Canada militarily is pretty much, for the most part, historically has been, I don't want to say lockstep, but pretty close to it with the United States anyway.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know, we don't need to take shit over. You know.
If we need to, we'll be there, kind of scenario.
Well,
We're
always.
just here.
No, they've always been out there. There's been there's World War II. Shit, there's all kinds of stories of
There's a lot of Canadians. Yeah.
exceptional
Well,
Canadian bravery.
have you guys seen the movie The Devil Brigade, which was based off of real things? It was it was a Canadian U.S. group of people that were trained for high mountain infiltrations. You know,
Oh,
in.
like where Eagles dare, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. 16 minutes ago, Brad said, or 15, 16. Sorry, Brad. Hey, Brad, how you doing,
People
brother?
said hi to Brad.
Oh, I must
I
have
think
been.
you went to get your
I
drink.
say
I
hi
I
to
think you were
Brad.
going to get your drink.
Why didn't you
Yeah.
tell me he was here? What the fuck?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hi, Brad. You still here, Brad?
Hello, be rad.
People
At
are
any rate, I'm mostly kidding because it wouldn't be in our best interest to take over Canada or Mexico, in my opinion.
no.
Not overall, because there'd be more problems than solutions, in my opinion.
Politically, I'm just stupid in general. It's just my opinion. So my opinion stinks as much as my ass does. So
No,
it
your
just,
opinion's fine. Everybody gets allowed to have an opinion, regardless of how informed they are. Unfortunately,
You gotta bring your
unfortunately.
ass into the conversation. You're smoking that
No,
weed
I was
again.
mostly talking from a economics and security standpoint. That's all.
no.
Regardless of whatever the
All right, let's face
the
it.
threat might be.
Canada's never going to be an enemy state. So I mean, some countries you can't tell. You throw your hat in the ring, and your pals 1 year like Iran, and then they want you all to die. You know. But and so we've had our knife stuck in our back and twisted a couple of times.
Yeah,
Well,
some of
but
these guys be handed the knife,
Canada's
though.
never going to actually be an adversary to the United States. You know,
I
there's going to
wouldn't
be
think
arguments. There's
so.
going to be things to work out. There's going to be
Yeah.
economic things, whatever. But it's not. We're never going to fucking invade Canada. It's just not going to happen.
No.
You know.
What I want to say, even if it was the last thing on the world,
Mexico, those sons of bitches.
if it happened, it happened.
No, you don't.
Well,
want
if we
it to happen.
kidnap Terrence and Phillip, they might attack us. You know,
You don't want it to happen. Seriously.
if we kidnap Terrence and Phillips, you never know. The Canadians might attack us for that.
There's
over
no
that.
interest in that. Why the fuck would we?
Personally, I just like to send Justin Bieber back to Canada.
Yeah.
Please and thank you. Also, just put him somewhere else as well. We don't want.
Don't send him to Australia either.
No, there's no win in attacking Canada. That's not what I meant. Quite
Yeah.
frankly.
I know. I was
Yeah,
more what Jordy was saying earlier. You know.
Yeah,
Nobody's
there's no
interested
win.
in you know.
Yeah.
No one's best interest would it make
Actually,
sense.
you know,
No.
we are less. Well, like we were talking about earlier in the show, which you probably didn't see it, the new, basically recruiting thing for the military.
Commercial,
And one
yeah.
of the things is,
I
Yeah.
heard about it briefly. I also saw Germany doing about the same kind of thing. So it's that.
well, we're just our idea is you know we want strength to
Did you just
protect.
compare us to Germany?
No, I.
You going down that Nazi road? What was that? What was that about? What was that?
I don't like them. But no, that
Germans?
context, yeah, say
Germans are all right.
I think he meant Nazis. I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, you meant
Thank
Nazis?
you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can't say I care for him very much.
What if I was like, I
They
love
don't
them?
know Nazis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Well, you
sir,
said
I
you
don't like it.
Germany, and then you compared us to Germany. So I'm like, you know,
But no,
No.
in Canada view of like news and stuff like that, I saw Germany and you guys also just stacking up and kind of like being like, and not a show off, but like a parade-esque level where it just we're
the issue now. By the way, when his hand comes up.
that's it.
Yeah. Well, that's why. Yeah, I don't know why we would conscript
That's not-
Canadians to be soldiers for us. Thank you anyway. I'll take the hood rats from Detroit and Chicago and conscript them in LA before I bring in a bunch of Canadians. Oh, good day, man. Hey, good day, buddy. You know, I might just shoot
Jim.
at you, buddy.
Look at
You
Jim.
know?
Jim, I will agree with that.
I'm
just-
not claiming to be smart at all.
No, he's
Yeah.
got a lot of laughy faces at the end of that. I believe that.
Yeah.
I believe that's sarcasm.
Oh,
Sarcasm.
100%.
Yeah, I think it's sarcasm. Yeah.
Pretty sure.
No, you know, Canada has its very positive aspects, that's for sure. And there's a lot of
Absolutely.
oil
Beautiful
up that
country,
direction.
Beautiful country, polite people.
It's a beautiful country. There's a lot of oil up that way.
Yeah.
You know, and then Mexico, you know, there's a lot of resources. I don't understand Mexico, to be honest with you. I never have, because it's a resource-rich country. And
Yeah.
why most of the people live in such abject poverty never made any sense.
It's corrupt as all.
You
get
know.
out. I mean, that's what that
It's
is.
because the government's been
Yeah.
corrupt since since Pancho Villa. You know,
Just
Yeah,
not
it's just
you.
insane. Yeah, it's really crazy.
That's what this country could actually devolve to. I mean, that's an
Right.
example. I mean, because we are
Well,
resource
we
rich.
have a lot of that already. Let
And
there
we,
let
we,
that
we,
be
we
no
are one of the
mistake.
most
Yeah.
resource rich countries in the world. And you know why? Because we're not actually accessing it anymore. We're buying it from everybody else. But the United States is a fairly young country. We haven't dug up all the coal out of the ground or all the oil out of the ground or all the rare earth elements that are actually here. But we have so many environmental restrictions and laws. Well, we got to buy it somewhere else, which is ironically stupid. Because if you're worried about the ecology, if you're worried about the environment, then why is it okay to dig it up over there?
yeah,
You know what I'm
exactly.
saying? No, we can't have that here. So screw them, I guess, right?
Yeah.
So it makes no sense.
It
Makes no.
makes no sense. A lot of stuff doesn't make sense. They got little black kids digging up cobalt in Africa, and apparently that's okay.
That's okay.
That's okay.
As long
But
as
we
you send
can't
your,
mine it
as long
here.
as you, as long as you send your $6 a month, and you can,
Yeah.
yeah,
Listen, I too like black lung on a Friday.
you
Yeah,
can.
yeah. Or the lithium mines. That's where this Uyghur thing came from. The
Yeah.
lithium mines and whatnot
Yeah.
in China.
Little, little,
That's where all this
little,
Uyghur
little
stuff came from. The
Mbega,
forced labor camps.
little Mbega is suffering from 3 forms of cancer. Your 79 cents a day can provide him with a big bowl of porridge
And
and
a
a
piece of
Band-Aid.
bread for breakfast.
Yeah.
A piece of bread for
You
breakfast.
know,
Yeah.
it makes you wonder
Look,
though.
don't those
If,
commercials break your heart?
yeah, well, if they
Seeing
can
those
live
kids, it does me. It does me. I
at
can't
six
even watch
dollars
it.
a day, let's say it's
Because
six
those are real
dollars.
people. I'm
I
sorry.
know,
Sorry, Lloyd, please.
but if it's $6 a day and they can eat all that, 3 square meals,
Yeah.
hell, I'm moving there. I'll
Yeah.
spend six
Yeah,
dollars a
I'm
day.
saying.
Yeah,
Well, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, that was the
all
point
right,
earlier.
we
I
all
was going to get into
Yeah.
that point earlier when we were talking about the cost of labor in China and overseas compared to here. And
Angel.
did it? Well, it's also cheaper to live there. You know what I mean?
yeah,
And that's the evidence. Here's the evidence.
From
Oh, they make
you.
$10 a day, and yet they have a family and they're feeding their family. Well, with
Just
$10 a day
tell
here, you can't even be a homeless. There's not even enough money to be homeless.
yeah, that's true. It's true.
Who's singing? What the fuck is that? Lloyd,
Through the wreckage. I was thinking about In the Arms of an Angel. You guys are talking about those commercials.
you know,
You know,
production value aside, because that's what that is.
right.
The kids that they're using in those commercials are real people,
Oh
real
yeah,
human beings, and I can't forget that. Even though I know that these people are propping it up and they're getting the cutest kids they can find, the brightest, best camera kids they can find. It's still hard to forget that those are real people,
yeah. I get.
and a lot of the world is just like that. Look at Canada.
Yeah,
No, I'm sorry, just kidding.
Who,
I mean, no, a
who's
lot of the world
who's
is like
getting
that.
paid for that is my question.
And how are they going to afford a drone? That's terrible.
yeah. You know,
You know what I'm going to
Judy,
do when I get off, right? I'm going to go donate to some kid in Africa.
oh, Judy and I
Oh,
used to go down to
jeez.
Mexico. We used to go down to Texas for the winter, and when you cross the bridge into Mexico, there's on the Mexican side of the border, on the banks of the Rio,
Yeah.
there are hundreds of women and kids down there, and those
Yeah.
little kids, they take these poles and they make them long enough to reach, and then put a bleach bottle in there and stick the pole up in it, and then they keep connecting them until they've got enough that they can reach up to the fence, so you can toss quarters into that bucket, and there'd be 100 of them damn buckets going across. Once you cross into that border, I mean, there was 100 of them there, on both, all together, like 50 on each
So you put
side.
money in it, or do you spit in the bottle? What do you?
Well, no, you
No.
should put money in it, but and the first
I'm
few
just saying, what
times
is
we
the way
did
to?
that, and then you realize, well, this is the way they're making a living. Is
That's
it
not
helping?
making a
So
living, by the way. Don't elevate it to that. That's not making a living.
no, I mean they're not. That's the only way they're making money, I should say.
They're not making money either. They're taking
No,
money.
yeah, they're taking
It,
money.
it, it's so it's again, God bless them, and I'll admit this. I occasionally roll the window down and put the money out the window when I'm sitting at a red light.
Right.
I actually do. So fortunately, I don't usually have any cash on me. But if I
Yeah.
do, it depends on the person too. I see a healthy young man standing there with a sign, with a scraggly beard. You know,
Right.
I'm a vet. Well,
Well, yeah.
it might be. If he is, okay, give him a couple of dollars. But I've seen women and children in Florida, in a town that it's not a rich town, but it's a middle class town. The whole town. I mean, there's no
Yeah.
poor areas of Port St. Lucie. No
Right.
super poor anyway. And there she is on the corner, and we are broke, and it's just me, or I'm a widow, or whatever the lie is. And you just feel like what's a few dollars going to hurt you? I
Well,
want you guys. Have you guys ever done that? Do you guys ever do that? Stick the money out the window? I
I
had a
used to,
feeling Lon, I had a feeling Lon was going to say no. I just did.
No,
I
I
used-
refuse, man. I work too hard for my money to give it to anybody.
yeah. When we cross the border like that, the first time or two you feel bad for these and you toss some money in there. But what we started doing was when there was these little kids selling a box of chiclets. They were selling gum, and I happened to like the gum, and it was a good price.
I do.
And I'd buy the box of chiclets from them because I
See-
got something.
I bought the
You guys in the
chiclets.
corner. You roll the window down. Hey, what you got in your pocket? Sell me something. Let's
Yeah, well,
barter. Let's barter.
These kids were industrial enough to work out a deal with the stores to let them sell a product, and they sell it. They make a little money off of it.
I
and-
usually don't, but it depends on the attitude. You know what I mean? If they say God
Right?
bless,
Yeah.
they say God bless. They smile. They walk by. They don't stick their face in the window. You know what I mean? It's all about the attitude. And they understand that they're not gonna. And they probably make more money than me. Some of these guys. Some of these guys are good at it.
Oh, it's been well proven that panhandlers. There's some panhandlers out there. At the end of the day, they drive away in their Beamers, and that's no bullshit.
Panhandlers in New
Yeah,
York.
panhandlers,
New York, very
yeah.
common. Yeah, very common. The limo comes. We even in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. I got a little story for you. There was a guy, and he looked like he was severely, he was like this, and he had a red wagon, an actual wagon, and he sold
Right.
pencils. Oh, look what he's doing. At least he's providing something for the money he's collecting. He's selling
Yeah,
pencils. And this guy saw him every day for years, and he looked like he was, severely whatever MS or whatever his problem was.
Yeah.
And one day he got up, Cadillac pulled up, he got out of the fucking wagon, picked it up and put it in the trunk, and they left. So these guys, and they make a fortune. And like Lon said, there were reporters that went undercover in New York City. And I worked in the prison system. These guys used to tell me they're scams. I mean, there's guys that would. Here's seems pretty simple, pretty sharp. And he told me he did this, and he made a shit ton of money. You stand outside in New York. You go to a very high-end business district, whatever. You rent an expensive car for the day, right? I mean, this is how much money he made. He was able to do this. He put on a really good suit, be all clean cut and like that, and he would stay. And this was before the advent of everybody having a cell phone. Okay, by the way, so you can't do this anymore. And he would say, "I'm so embarrassed. I have no change. I have to make a phone call. Would you mind throwing me some change so I get the phone's right there?" And he would make $600 a day. And we're talking about back in 1990, so that was quite a bit of money. Probably $1,200 today. Because it's funny because it's amazing how much different money was. I was talking to my bartender tonight about when I used to wait on tables in this very fancy place, and I'd work all day. I mean, it's unlike the kids today. If there was work, I would do it. I'd work lunch, I'd work dinner, and they'd tell me, we're short waitresses. Can you cocktail tonight? Now I'm a guy. I'm not making shit I'm not doing as well as the girls are. They're wearing black French-made outfits with the white frills. They have to wear. I forget what the height was, but they were spike heels. There was a minimum height that they were allowed to wear. And these poor girls on their feet all day long like that. Jesus Christ. And a big white bow tied in the back, and their stockings, they had to have the kind with the seam down the back.
The seam down the back, yeah.
Yep. And they were told, we had a printout that they actually handed out. It's a different time. And it said you had to wear an abundance of makeups because the lights will wash your face out because of the disco. It's so bright like that. So anyway, that's who I was competing with, But I'd make some money, and that was what it was all about. And why did I bring this up?
Mm-hmm.
No, there was a point to this. we
was
were
about
talking-
begging for money versus
begging
and
for
what
money.
money's worth now and what it is then.
Yeah, I'd make $100. So I was, you know, it was a good day. You know,
Yeah.
you know, and $100 in 1980 is $420 today, according to the CBI index.
Yeah.
$420
I'll go along with that.
bucks is a pretty decent day today. You know, it is.
Yeah.
You know, for a 19-year-old kid, especially. You know?
Yeah, it's solid,
Well,
solid
I worked
days,
at the-
two days
But the whole,
paycheck here in
the whole point
Canada.
was inflation was what I was trying to bring up. You know, I talk about it. I talk to the girls now, and they'll have a good night in the bar, and they'll make $300-400. Yeah, I don't care what he has to say.
Well, you cut him off hard.
I did. I'm sorry, Jordy. I'm sorry, Jordy. Please continue with your interesting conversation.
That's a solid, like, for any average kid nowadays. That's a solid 2 days pay right there in a solid day.
What's that?
$400?
How much?
400 plus dollars?
400? I thought you meant 100.
400 American or
I was gonna say-
Canadian?
That's a 2 days worth pay.
$100, $200 a day.
Yeah.
1,000 a week. Average kids make 50 grand. 52 grand.
After taxes, not so much, but yeah, sure.
No, before grand. Yeah, you make $1,000.
We get taxed at the wazoo here, so
No, you gross $1,000 a week.
easy.
That you think that's it's easy.
That's
Easy.
$25 an hour. So if you make 25, you got to make $25 an hour to make $1,000 a week. At a 40-hour week now. If you're working 60 hours, that's a different story.
Yeah.
In what context are you paying your taxes? And
I'm
that's
not
what I'm
talking
saying.
about
like,
No.
About
We're
gross
talking about
income.
gross before
We're not talking about
taxes.
taxes. We're talking about gross income.
So
Before
gross income would be like on a really good week to 24
24 what?
100.
100?
100.
24.
2,400.
That's $40 an hour. What is it?
For 40 hours a week.
$2,400 for 40 hours. That's pretty. Doing what?
Retail.
Retail.
Yeah, a manager of a retail store.
Well, now we're a manager.
That's what the average house is.
We were talking about kids.
The average
We were
19.
talking about kids a minute ago. Now you're now you're a manager of a retail store.
So what would be the average? 20.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's what it
I
is
don't know,
here.
but you're telling me that the average kid makes $60 an hour there. I just used the calculator, by the way.
Oh, let's see.
Yeah,
So
I was right. It was 60.
The average kid would be like, yeah, about $1,000, give or take.
A week.
Yeah.
That's $25 an hour.
Yeah.
After taxes.
No, not. Why do you keep saying after
Are we
20?
grossing or net?
It's
man?
not
Make up your mind.
$25 an hour.
Taxes
If
have
it's
nothing to
not
do with it. We're
after
talking about
tax-
wages. What's
It'd be
taxes?
like it would be like $12 an hour.
Well, I understand that your country rips you off like there's no tomorrow, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about gross income.
Gross income.
Gross is before the taxes are taken out. Net
Yeah,
is
Before tax,
after
yeah.
that.
I understand that.
What do you make an hour is
That's
the
what the
question.
company
Okay,
has to
what do
pay.
you make an hour?
That's what the company has to pay you to be there.
Okay, it'd be 12.
Plus benefits.
It's what I get
$12
paid.
an hour?
It's what I get paid for.
That's before taxes? No, dude, that's
Sorry,
maybe
after taxes. So
It's
I don't know
after
what it is before taxes because you don't get told what it is before taxes.
Boy, they really have you
What?
Canadians
What do you
sucked in
mean?
that you don't even know what you make. That's crazy.
Jesus.
we
They
can
have to
answer
tell
a
us
basic
here.
question. What you make an hour?
If
look-
if you're told $12 an hour, it's $12 an hour.
Okay.
I know that it is $12 an hour after taxes because they take their taxes because the company's got to pay for themselves, right?
Right.
No,
right.
no,
right.
Never in my life. Let me tell you something. I've run a lot of businesses in my life.
It's bad
Never in my
for
life
you
have
guys.
we ever quoted post-tax income. Never.
You
Ever.
don't know, for one, because it
Yeah.
varies based on how many kids you have, based on your deductions, based on if you work overtime or not,
I
based
also
on how much
I
you make an
also
hour.
I also pay extra taxes. So what they
Right.
want to take from me, I pay an extra $20 on top of that.
All right.
So when tax time comes, I get money back.
No, I understand that, but we're
You
not.
guys are on a
we're not
progressive
talking about
system
it.
just like we are.
We're not
You're on a
talking about
progressive system. You're on a progressive tax rate just like we are. The more you make, the higher percentage of taxes you pay.
But we still know what the company pays us per
We make
hour.
an
before taxes.
Our
Yeah,
wages are
yeah.
always based on our gross, not on our net.
I know my
Right.
hour per
Okay.
kind of scenario. So if my hour per
You
is,
know, if this is
I know
true,
my
this is how they
end.
get away with overtaxing their public.
Essentially,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because your company's still paying the full
Here in
amount.
the United States, they send out you have to fill out the W-4s and they send you back the W-2s during tax time.
Yeah.
And they
Yeah.
have two
So the
rates of your pay.
1099s otherwise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have two rates of pay on there. They'll show what your gross income was, and you can break before taxes, before Social Security, and all of that stuff. It'll all be broke down in that. And the company has to provide that. And you go through there and you can say, okay, I make this $5,000 in a year, let's say, $50,000 in a year. You can break that down by the hourly. That's not your take-home pay. That's what you're taking home is your net, and you go over there and it shows you what you are actually taking home after all the deductions that they take out of it. But that's on a form, and they send that to us every year. Employers are required to send all of their employees those forms so that we can file our taxes.
I also don't do my own taxes because I've got a tax guy. So
But yeah,
I
Mm.
just believe
In Canada, minimum wage is set both federally and by each province and territory. Federally regulated industries have a minimum wage. Federally regulated industries have a minimum wage of $17.75 per hour as of April 1st, 2025.
There you go.
Ontario is $17.20. Prince Edward Island is $16. Quebec is $15.75 per hour.
Wow.
And Saskatchewan is $15 per hour.
and
Oh.
I don't make that number. I'm just bullshitting because I don't need to tell you how much I'm make. To be honest with you, but I can give you a rough number.
Okay.
Right?
I
We
guess.
don't- we don't-
If
we
you
don't
don't
need to-
want to tell, I don't care. I don't know why
We don't
anybody
need
would
to-
care.
we don't need to know it. We don't need to
I
know
don't
it.
need to know
Your
it.
original
I don't
premise
care.
was the average kid in Canada
$15
makes $50,000 a year, which I don't know how it's possible. Unless Canadian, I mean, I know that's not 50,000 American, but that's not the point. That seems a tad high.
Well, then maybe though the cost of living in Canada is kind of high too, from what I hear. I heard that
100%.
to buy a house in Canada starts at $300,000-$400,000.
Yeah, no, it is. It does.
Yeah.
I mean,
buy a house?
Jim just paid
Yeah.
what, 6?
100,000?
Yeah.
No, I said 300,000 or 400,000.
Oh, okay. Sorry. No, I was gonna say
They
a
get in
little
the
bit more than
door.
that. Yeah, a little bit more.
I'm saying low ball. You guys still have houses you can get for 200,000, don't you?
No, Jim, his father just paid around 6. I think he told me.
No, I recognize that you can spend 6. I'm saying what's the bottom end? What's the low?
If you
You can
want
still buy houses around here for
I'd say
50K.
I say even if you want a hole in the wall, you're still looking at maybe like 350.
I'm sure you could buy mobile homes in Saskatchewan for 15,000.
Yeah, like that's level bullshit.
Maybe.
If you want
There's
a
country
real
areas
home.
that you haven't lived in, you're in a highly populated area.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You know,
it's more buying the land than it is the house at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you can still buy a house around here for 50, 60K. It's a hovel, don't get me wrong, but it's a house on a set piece of land. You know what I mean? Not a big piece of land, mind you. You can hear your neighbors whenever they fight. You know what I'm saying? But
I don't have a huge house. We're still paying
Mm-hmm.
$6,000 on just property taxes.
right. A year?
A year, I hope.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna say, holy shit.
not
Yeah,
a month.
you know what? So you can live in New Jersey with an average size house and pay $12,000 a year right now. Right now, you know that's
In property taxes.
yeah.
In property taxes. Yeah.
Northeast New Jersey, near the New York area. That's where my dad's best friend. He's still got a property there. And the last I heard, it was something like that. It was about 11 something. My grandmother's house was 11 something years ago. Fucking taxes.
I thought that the property taxes,
It's a lot of money.
that doesn't sound that bad. But,
It's a lot
well,
of
I'm
money.
just saying he's
Then you
saying
retire and you're living on your pension and Social Security. It's a lot of fucking money.
well, I don't agree with property tax, perpetual in perpetuity property taxes. Doesn't make any sense. You pay taxes when you buy the place. And then you got to pay taxes every year on it too.
It all depends. If you don't have a state, it doesn't make sense in New Jersey for their taxes to be that high, considering how high their state income tax is. You know what I mean? You're already paying for services to begin with your state income tax. Now in Florida, we don't have a state income tax, and several other states, don't have a state income tax. So I don't have a problem with paying property tax because these services do have to be paid for.
Pay sales tax, don't you?
Yeah, pay sales tax, but I don't want it to be 17% either. It's right now it's like 7. So
Is it only 7? I thought Florida was 10.
no, it's 7.
Cool.
In fact, it just went up. It was 6.5.
Oklahoma
It was
is
6 before.
Actually,
I think the state. I'm sorry. The state. I'm sorry. The state income. No, I want to finish what I was saying. The state income tax, our sales tax was 6, but there's a local tax on it, and it was 0.5%. So we were at 6. That's why it went up to 7. Is because the local tax went up to 7. Please continue with your little story. It went up 1 full percent. Please.
Yeah, I was just throwing in what it costs here. Right now, it costs us 10 cents for every dollar. That's 10%. That's
What? Sales tax?
Yeah, food. It doesn't matter what the item is.
Yeah, no. Maybe that's what you remember, Lon. It was Oklahoma. It was 10% because.
No, I think Texas is 10 too.
No, we're 6.
I've lived a couple 3 places where it's 10%.
It's pretty amazing though to have no state income tax, and our sales tax is still only 6%.
I thought the highest you guys got was 10%.
It might be 10.
Who?
For sales tax? You might be right.
Just in the United States in general, I don't think any state can charge more than 10%. I might be wrong.
They can charge whatever the hell they want.
Yeah, I don't think there's a restriction on it.
Yeah,
if they want to stay in office, they better not go too high.
I was gonna say, I think 10% is the highest I've seen personally from the United States.
We have city sales tax, county sales tax, and state sales tax, and they're all combined into that, and it all adds up to 10 cents on the dollar.
Oh, so we have local in that too. So we don't have local sales tax at all where I live.
No, we have
state sales
so
tax.
if you actually go outside of the city limits, you can buy something there, and it costs you 9 or 8.5 cents. 9 cents.
Right.
See, now
you guys tax food too, right?
Yeah, we tax food. They didn't when I first moved here. They didn't tax food, but then
we don't.
I don't know, they started, and they've been trying to get it rescinded, and they came close this year, but they still didn't get it done.
Yeah,
so.
we don't tax food here or clothes.
Oh, of clothes?
Really?
We tax clothes.
Oh,
Man, I save a
100%.
shit ton of money they quit taxing clothes.
We're one of those states where necessities, if they consider it a necessity, they don't tax it.
Yeah,
Food is a
we
necessity.
tax everything.
Same thing.
Although-
Pennsylvania was the same. We didn't pay tax on food or clothes. Yeah.
Not all food either. Like a bag of chips or something like that is taxed for us. But if we want to buy like a carrot or some lettuce or some tomatoes or just normal, like even a steak or something like that is not taxed. But as long as it's just normal food.
Yeah. Well, I don't pay property tax. I don't pay sales tax. I don't pay excess.
I know, because you're 102 years old and they don't want to charge you.
Yeah, it's because you're a veteran and you're retired, right, or whatever, disabled.
I'm a veteran. I'm 100% service connected disability. So yeah. But that just became a thing here about 10 years ago. They brought it.
Yeah,
in.
I don't understand how Florida's going to do it. Florida's talking about. DeSantis was talking about getting rid of property tax.
Yeah.
Where's the money coming from? Like you said, we don't pay income tax. You know what happens though? You get rid of property tax and you start a state income tax, and that way the renters pay it too. And that makes up the difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, or you raise the sales tax, which you don't want. You guys are already pretty high, but that would be the way to do it. Is raise the sales tax.
Yeah.
Our property tax isn't even that bad here. That's the funny thing. It's really. I mean, mine is. Well, that's because when I bought the house, it was during the crash. They're only allowed to raise it 3% a year, so I only pay $1,000 a year in property tax.
Wow, that's nothing.
$1,100.
That's nothing.
It was $600 when I got here, pissing me off. Now insurance is for this house. The best policy I was able to get was like $3,400, and that's
a year.
Yeah,
That's not so bad.
Yeah, but I didn't take it. I took the state guaranteed one. It just went up to $2,000. So I'm a cheapskate.
Wow, 500,000. Wow.
I've never had a claim in my life. You know, what I mean, why?
Yeah, I've had.
You're lucky you find a home 500,000. Yeah, well, is that Canadian dollars?
Oh wow, we are again. I think I got that in my pocket. Don't I?
If your house is worth $1 million, I'd recommend it.
Yeah.
You buy it
Yeah,
for what back in the day, and then it increases to the point where now you're a millionaire. You insure it
Yeah, things
properly.
this little 2-bedroom 1-bath house that I live in is I mean, this isn't a lot of money as far as houses are concerned, but it's up to about 270 grand according to Zillow. I don't have a pool. I don't have extra features. I do have a garage, but
Yeah, it's a nice house.
huh? Oh yeah,
It's a nice house.
well it's little. It's fine.
Yeah.
What the hell else you need? You know.
Well, for me, that would be perfect. I got this. My house is 2,100 or 2,000 square feet. Well, a little over. And
But
it's
that
too damn
just
big.
seems like a lot of money for this built in 1983. I don't know. I don't know. Market really paid.
$200,000 Canadian.
the
Sign me
property.
up.
You know they paid for this house?
Yeah, I know, right?
During the crash, I
43,
45.
45. Okay.
I bought it out of whoever it was, not bankruptcy. What do you call it?
Foreclosure.
Foreclosure. And I bought it from the Deutsche Bank, by the way, the same bank that with Donald Trump, that whole
Your
thing.
boy.
Yeah. Anyway, they only got like 31 grand or something because back taxes had to be paid and so on and so forth because it went.
They were happy to get it.
Because there's something called homesteading in Florida, which knocks 50 grand off your taxable,
Right,
your tax base, and so right off the bat, I bought the thing for 45, and then actually once the taxable gets above 100, I can actually homestead my wife. So you have two people, so it brings it all the way back down again. So it's like they don't want the tax base to go up too quick because it hits that point, and then and my taxes are probably half what they are because it's a part of it that I pay for that's always going to be whatever they say. Unfortunately, because part of our taxes is garbage removal is included in my property tax, and
That's pretty cool.
yeah, oh yeah, and wastewater, blah blah blah. And what that is every so often they clean out the culverts and that money goes towards maintaining the runoff ponds and stuff, which have turned into kind of something kind of cool because right down the end of the road, kind of sort of around the corner, and you can fish in them. There's fish in them now. I don't know where they came from, but there they are, and they're nice little ponds that you can go fish, and it's allowed. But I like Florida. No, I'm glad I'm here. There's a lot of positives,
I enjoyed it down there.
I do. I love it here. And it's cheap. When you think about it, it's not what it was. Like I said, the taxes are going up. And if we moved, we lose that homestead, like whatever house we buy. You got to wait. I think you have to be there. What's the period of time? Is it a year? I mean, the first year you pay whatever the max tax is on the property.
Right.
I mean, there was a point even in the when this house was built in '83. And there was a point right after it was built, and somebody paid $2,600 on it in taxes. And now we're talking a long time ago. You know what I mean? That was a ton of money, and that was during the period of time, which is still kind of going on. Port St. Lucie was the fastest growing town in the country, town over 100,000 people, fastest growing for like 10 years. It's now got like 240,000 people here, and it had less than 100,000 like 15 years ago.
You almost have the grandfathered in tax kind of scenario.
Well, as I said, it's called the Save Our Homes bill, and your taxes can only go up 3% a year. So because I bought the house so cheap, it'll take forever to catch up to where it should be. Which is
right.
Yeah.
So staying here,
Florida though.
Staying here is a good idea. You know what I mean? You move and you lose all that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Florida. I considered moving to Florida. I could have bought a condo, about 2,000 square foot condo in Daytona for like $50K. Not even that long ago. And I just
it's probably up to 300.
I said nah.
Probably up to 300.
Oh, it's probably 300-400K. It's right on the beach too. Right off. Well, wait a minute now. It was on the. It was where A1A runs through, and it was on. You know what? It was on the opposite side. You'd have to cross the road to go to the beach.
Well, if it's on the opposite side, you still have the view of the intercoastal waterway.
You had the view of the no. Yeah. The view's still good, but it was on the other side because all the hotels were on the beach side.
Right. Oh, you were on the other side of the road from that.
Other side of the road.
Got it. Of A1A.
Yeah.
Yeah, but still, depending how high up it is, you still got the same.
No, it was gorgeous. It was a gorgeous view. It was like a 20-story building or 10 or 20-story building. I forget. This is years ago. But no, your view was perfectly fine. Quite frankly, the view at the hotels wasn't bad around spring break.
Good night, Jim. Jim's going to bed.
Good night, Jim.
Good night,
yeah,
Jim.
we should probably kick it. I would say it's midnight.
Yeah, I just looked over. There's only 9 watching right now.
Yeah, that's 5 of them right here.
No, it doesn't count. I'm telling you, it doesn't count necessarily. I mean, unless I've tested it. I've tested it, and we've seen it. We've had numbers where there were like 10 of us in here, and it was showing we had 8 people watching. You know what I mean?
I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean? It was clear that, I mean, maybe if you have it open, it counts you twice. But or counts you, but I mean, I have the chat window open. I don't know if it counts me or not. I got an idea. Good night, guys. I'm going to close my chat window. And I'm not on my channel at all. I'm on the main, because that's what I do.
Yeah, I'm not on your channel either. I normally have YouTube open on the side. That's what I meant, not that it's counting these guys. Well, I normally have YouTube open on another device so I can talk to the chat.
If you look,
I've been showing 8, and I'm still showing 8.
If you look at the YouTube likes, it takes a while to update sometimes.
Yeah,
I noticed.
yes, you should, Don. You got to close.
I
Don's
just
got to
shut out
come in and
the
close.
The 2 windows I had, one was the chat and one was the actual channel. I just shut it out. Now it shows there's only 7 watching.
I'm still showing 8 on my thing here, in here in Restream. It hadn't changed. Let me see the channel.
Right.
Holy
Holy crap!
Yeah, I'm showing 7 on YouTube. Yeah.
So, I'm not a big WNBA person, and this whole Caitlin Clark thing is just made it blow up. But they she's just back because she had an injury, and she's just back, and they smoked the Chicago Sky by 27 points with her being back.
Wow.
That's just, I'm like, holy crap. The chick can play. She was on Dude Perfect. I don't know if you know what Dude Perfect is. They do trick shots with basketballs. Yeah.
Who
She's on Dude
about?
Perfect.
You talking about Caitlin Clark?
Caitlin Clark? Yeah.
She's a monster.
That chick can play, man.
She's a monster. Yep. I've seen her play. She's a monster. She's fearless, too. Don, yes, you should join now because we're about to say goodnight.
Yeah,
here we go.
You've got to close up, Don.
Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, let's go 5 hours.
Oh, look, it's Don.
Don's here to close up.
It's closing time.
He's the closer.
Yeah.
And now it's time to say goodbye to Bill and all his.
Yeah, I guess we'll do that.
Clowns.
Okay, I'm about ready. Don, how are you? How was your evening today? Did you make any tips?
We had a full day at home with the grandkids. Had grandkids and some other family over, and we had hot dogs and.
That sounds hot diggity, Grandpa.
Yep.
Hey, Grandpa, what's for supper?
Well, that's good. That sounds nice, actually.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Grandpa Don, Grampy, Peepaw.
Papa.
He's loving his grandpa life. Don't be like that.
It's Papa.
Papa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Papa, can I have a Tootsie Roll Pop? You sure can, Junior.
Hey,
you know how many licks it takes to get to the center?
Hey, Papa,
No,
can I have a Corvette when I graduate?
Sure thing, kid.
You don't need the money. You're going to be dead soon.
Are we there yet?
Yeah, I thought you were gonna close this shit, yo.
Okay,
You guys are the
fine.
kings of the long
fine.
goodbye, man. It's
All right.
insane.
Well, I wanted to talk to Don for a minute. You know, he was
Longer
here.
than yesterday.
Now he turned his back on us, so I guess we could say goodbye.
All right, it's time to
All
say
right.
goodbye.
All right. Here we go.
Did
Well,
Bill and
now
all
it's
his
time to
clowns.
say goodbye to Bill and all the tribe.
All his
Thank you all
clowns.
for coming, and we hope you will subscribe. You're all
There he
invited
is.
back next week to watch another show. We're all too drunk and tired, so we're gonna have to go.
Y'all come back now. This has been a Bill Ways presentation.